Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And thanks for being here on this beautiful Sunday morning, or whatever it is. It's morning here. What's up, Rayumi? What's up, Deeks? Hello. What's up, Saz? Good to see you, dude. X-Kaidos, hello. Fargaze. Good morning, Awaken. We're doing more lore tours today. If people are interested in doing that, I threw on a sub discount as well if people are interested. But otherwise, we'll be hanging out, chatting lore. I got to take a look at the trading post as well. I'll take a look at that one. I don't think not too much lore value in the trading post this month, but some cool stuff nonetheless. Good morning. Yesterday was fun. Streaming a little bit earlier today. Hopefully it'll give some people in the European region an opportunity to watch the stream a little bit more. I forgot to fill my water before I started. Fuck me. I'm going to do that really quick. Been playing my Death Knight a lot. Did some keys last night. And wasn't really sure how high I'd be able to go on my Death Knight. I'm tanking 18s pretty comfortably. I think for me, it's like getting the muscle memory on Death Knight. I get a little... I mean, your health bar, if you don't have a blood shield up, like, your health bar just fucking goes up and down like... It looks like trumpets going up and down and left and right like crazy. So it's scary. So, like, my gathers of ads aren't as quick as they probably should be. I'm just worried about getting fucking wrecked. Waka waka doo doo, yeah? I don't know what the fuck that means, but alright then. Are you having fun with it, though? Oh, yeah, yeah. But Death Knight's way more fun to play than Prot Paladin. No question about it. The utility that you get is kind of just crazy. You know? No. I thought you did. That's just stuff like that because that front thing just peels off if you wanted to. You just peel that white thing. Someone else might have done that when we had people over because that thing definitely came off when people were moving stuff in. And then when I looked at it, that was under it, and I don't recall that being there. I'm pretty sure one of our family members did that. Oh yeah, peel that bitch right off. Huh? You just pull the front thing off. I'd say like 70% of the ret pallies I play with don't press utility. Oh, I was talking about prot, but yeah, that's the thing. Ret is really good if you have a ret that actually presses their buttons. Like if you have a ret that's not using bop on people who gets bleeds or like fixate effects or sack or anything like that, you got a useless fucking ret. Because the thing that sets ret apart from other melee is all of that utility. So, not their damage. So if your ret's not pressing utility buttons, you might as well just get something that does more damage. You know what I mean? Bop also wasn't in the pre-built talent import, right? Which is crazy. You mean like the default one that Blizzard gives you? It might not have been. And if I had to wager a guess as to why they would omit that, I think it's because bop causes aggro loss. So if you have someone using bop that doesn't realize that, someone who's new and just has it on their bar, that might not be a very good thing. I can see that being problematic for groups if someone doesn't know how it actually works. Basically, just get an Unholy Death Knight. And even they can use Grip and AMZ. Yep. Be way tankier because of AMS, so communes. Yep. Dude, AMS is the most... Dude, AMS is the most broken ability in the game. There's so much shit that AMS just fully negates. Just nothing happens. It's fucking crazy. Now, do you have to use it preemptively most of the time? Sure. But there's things like, for instance, Magister's Terrace. Second boss. Okay? So here's how a Death Knight handles Magister's Terrace. First boss, you know how he does the knockbacks? Well, that doesn't happen because Death's Advance just stops you from getting knockbacks. Second boss, he puts those runic marks on you that you have to go in the bubble and pop. If you AMS before it hits you, it just doesn't go on you. So that's a fucking thing. Third boss, you can AMS before it puts the void droplet shit on you, and it just does no damage to you. And then on the last boss, if you're tanking, when you get the tank buster on you, when it gets dispelled, it drops a puddle on the ground. If you AMS, it doesn't drop a puddle. Like, what? Like, what the fuck? You just entirely negate area of denial with a 45-second cooldown. Like, what the fuck is that? It's 40 seconds. It's not even 45. Good morning, Nathan. Did the third plus 1% mythic title now, 4250, and I have to say, what makes DK broken is the AMS. Oh, I know. Are you on NA Realms, Dance? Because you're EU, aren't you? I'm not even 1% yet, man, on my ret. I need like 100 more points to be like securely in 1%. I might try that today, but I don't know, man. It's so hard to get in good keys as a fucking ret. EU. Oh, no, I'm not going to look your character up. I just want to know if I could play with you. Decorations are looking good. Thank you. I'm really glad that you guys like it. What's your favorite part? Do you like my plants? Jesus Christ, burnt Dorito. Hey, for the right price. Quantum. The books?
Books.
Books. Books. Thanks for the 23-month resub, sir. Yeah, I like how I have the books, too. They're more like facing the camera. Whereas in the last room, they were like up against the wall behind me and you couldn't really clearly see them. But I like how they are now. And that's not even all of them. Look at this. I just don't know where to put these ones. But these are just sitting here on my desk. I have to figure out something, dude. I'm about to take that YouTube plaque and put it somewhere else because although I think it fills that spot on the shelf really nicely and I'm proud of it, I think that it might have to go somewhere else. Because I legit don't have any more space for books. It's a problem. The corner adds some nice depth to the space. Yeah, I like how I have it set up here a lot more. The door is in a much better spot. Sounds like a good excuse to buy more shelves to me. I don't really have that much room, though. I could do like a floating shelf on the wall right there and get some bookends and put some books there. I think that would look good. I don't know. Yeah, not in the same region. Yeah. My Twitch account was banned for a week. I got drunk last night and argued something in Asmon's chat. Be over here for a bit. I'll behave here. You argued something so fervently that your Twitch account got banned? What the hell were you arguing about? That's kind of funny, not gonna lie. It is kind of funny. The YouTube plaque might stand out better on the dark wall, but I'm not sure where it would fit. Yeah, I could put it between like Emmett and the Teldrassil art, but I don't think it would look great. Could just put it like right there. I don't know. That's where I thought about putting it originally.
Speaking of books, I have not forgotten to check mine. After Comic-Con I've been dealing with 90+ degree California weather #dead.
Oof. Thanks for remembering, La Luna. Yeah, just let me know what you've got. We'll set something up. Yeah, the heat's been killer. He pulled my chat in front of everyone. I don't want to get into the weeds. It was a stupid attempt. So your whole Twitch account got banned, though? Bro, you got to say some shit to get your Twitch account banned. I'm just saying. Mass reported, maybe? Wouldn't surprise me from the cucks in that fucking chat. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why you would ever go into that fucking malignant cesspool and ever try to argue anything. The guy's too much of a coward to ever actually bring someone on his stream to have a live discussion with him. So he'll just like pull your chat like that and roast the fuck out of you and then make bad faith arguments the entire time and then ban you. Empa, thanks for the 28-month resub, sir. It's like, it's such a completely useless lost cause. There's like no reason to ever interact with Asmon or his community unless you're a fucking degenerate. Honestly. On that note, though, completely unrelated, let's take a look at the trading post. Let's take a look. Yo, Night Warlord, thanks for the 24-month resub.
Smile.
For a week is what the email said. Like I said, I was drinking and felt keyboard warrior-esque, not my best. So this is fucking sick. First of all, this is amazing. You have boots with actual spurs on them, revolvers in the side pockets, a fucking poncho, and a bandana, like, outlaw cap. Instant buy, dude. Instant buy. I like both you and Asmon. I don't understand how that could possibly be the case because we could not be more opposite. First of all, I brush my teeth and shower regularly, so that's one big difference. Literal garbage elemental. The monthly reward's similar to that one in case you missed it. Yeah, I've heard. I figured it would be. It usually is. Yeah, the color palette of this one's not nearly as good, though. That's a wild thing to say about liking both. What do you mean? This righteous one looks pretty good, too. I love the color palette of this one. It's pretty sick. Those that call the law in don't get to call it off. I don't know how it's possible to like both. Can you clarify? You're saying that it's wild that I said that? Or you're saying that you don't understand? Yeah, this Lavaborn battle plate's not the most interesting thing. I'll probably take this off. No, the Shadow said that? Yeah. Does the cowboy have a hatless version? You can just take the hat off. But yes, it does. I like both of you too, but I'm high as fuck 90% of the time and thrive in chaos. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't really give a fuck that you like Asmongold. You should just keep that shit to yourself. I'm not interested in that information whatsoever. These are weird, by the way. Why do these have tentacles? What the fuck are those? Why do buzzards have tentacles? Like, I'm so confused. What am I looking at? The fuck? The white buzzards are some of the rarest in all the Badlands. Of course, the white ones are. Just like fucking white dragons and shit. Super rare. I've seen that with a couple different mounts at this point. Badlands stuff, by the way. I think they've had that weird tail since Classic. It's very strange. This is like a brand. Badlands Lawbringer. Righteous Lawbringer. It's like Fell and fucking Sargeras' Flame. Every gun makes its own tune. These guns look sick. Not every duel waits for high noon. Slinger's armaments. Or quiver. Looks good. It's pretty sick. Righteous Lawbringer's hand cannon. There are two types of people in this world, those with loaded guns and those who dig. Righteous Lawbringer's knife. Those with a rope around the neck and the people who have the job of doing the cutting. I do like this dark hood. Prowler's Midnight Cowl. I'm gonna get that. I think it's for the same reason crocolisks have 6 legs. And what is that reason? I think I kind of want the black shoulders too. You can go with so many mogs. You have to like get the neutral colored stuff. Crown of Midnight Spring Flowers. Just living is not enough. One must have sunshine, freedom, and a little flower crown. That's what they all say. And then some different gunslinger hats. Some toques. Some bandit boots. Which would go well with some mogs, honestly. Dune cloth stuff. The Hate Forge Blaze Cycle. I don't even remember. What was this from? This isn't the Mountain Dew promo one, is it? Oh, is it? Well, now you can get that shit. And then Grandmaster chess themed stuff, which I'm not a big fan of, really. Stuff kind of looks mid to me. Ooh, yeah, I want to get the white cloak. Shoulder cloaks. Vigilante masks. I think I'm good. So yeah, nothing too particularly interesting. I am very tempted to buy this set though. I really like the color palette of this one. They both look really good. I like this one a lot. I'm gonna get it. I have like no more tendies. I have 165. That's like the lowest I've ever been. And I took that other thing out of the freeze for no reason, but whatever. I'll put this in there. Before you buy, well, I already bought, but I don't think the one in the Traveler's Log looks as good as the other two. I could always refund it anyway. But yeah, this one I don't think looks nearly as good. I think the other two color themes are way better. I need to see that cowboy set on a Volpera. That yeah, on a Volpera Hunter would look real nice. Real nice. But I still have almost 1,000 tendies that I can earn. So I'm, you know, it's not like I'm really out. I kind of want to try to do a mythic Void Spire on this character, but all I need is legs. What do legs drop from? Veilgore and Ezerak, of course. A dragons group, huh? Yeah, that's not happening. And then, like I said, can definitely make some time for lore tours today as well if people want to do the sub goal stuff. It's 10 for a dungeon. You get to pick any dungeon you want, preferably one that I haven't already done. Or 20 for a raid, and it's 35% off all gifted subs 5 or more. So anything that would qualify. And we did one yesterday. We did a Bastion of Twilight. Matt Spark picked that one. And then eventually I'll cut that and put it on YouTube as well in case people missed it. But if you guys want to support the stream more than you already do, you are welcome to do that. Fucking spammer in the Discord. Yo, Night Warlord, thank you so much for subbing for 2 years, by the way. I think I missed that one. Yo, Ragnarage, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Just making it unique and fun. The Crocolisks, yeah. I like pancakes. I want pancakes. I'm gonna get pancakes. Yo, a good pancake is nice. I love waffles too, dude. If I can get waffles with like some fruit on them, some fruit compote or some shit, and like some whipped cream, dude. Oh my god. And like some powdered sugar on there. Oh. I need sugar in the form of fruit and cream and powder. Yo, Felita, thank you very much for the... It says that you subscribe, but it says you gave out 2 gifted subs. I don't know why it said that you subscribed. Maybe it was for... I don't know. Thanks for giving 2 subs. Many smaller waffle/pancakes or one large waffle/pancake? I think you get more texture and less like soak through with multiple. So I kind of prefer that, I think. I don't like a waffle or a pancake that gets like too soggy, you know? So I think when you have layers, you can get more crunch, you can get more on a waffle especially, you can get more like texture. I'm a big texture guy. I fuck with some good texture. Thank you guys for gifting the subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, if any one person gifts 10, you can pick a dungeon for a lore tour. And if any one person gifts 20, you can pick a dungeon. That person who does it can pick. And I will do it immediately. Oh, we don't like crepes? A stuffed crepe sounds baller right now. I've had crepes like a couple times. My only issue with crepes is that they get cold pretty quickly because they're so thin. If you get crepes, you got to eat that shit immediately. You can't wait on that whatsoever. You got to get right into it. And honestly, a pancake is kind of the same. All 3 of them are kind of like that. I mean, bread just kind of tends to cool pretty quickly in general. Now, here's the question. Sweet or savory? Because you can take all of those and do something savory with them too. I like sweet and savory at the same time sometimes too. But like, I've never had like a good chicken and waffles. But some people love that shit. An egg-filled crepe with syrup? Yeah, I guess it depends on how you prepare the egg, but like, I don't really want syrup on eggs, you know? I'm not big on that. I like my eggs to be savory. I think I might just be hungry. Oh, I'm definitely hungry. But That's not gonna stop me. Crepe with strawberry jam and melted dark chocolate. Melted dark chocolate? Damn. That sounds fucking crazy. Savory crepes with cheese and stuff. Ugh. And maybe an option for the sub goal, by the way. Maybe it's just every certain number of subs, and then we do like a. Maybe we could like poll it, but it's hard because how do you poll? I'd have to basically pick a group that you'd have to choose from of like 4 or 5, which I feel like isn't as fun. I think it's more fun when you just get to pick. I don't know, I can think more about it. Try to figure out a way to, because then if someone gives 5 fucking subs and Felita gives 2, then it's only 3 more till the dungeon one, or you know what I mean? I probably could have thought it out a little bit better. My grandfather used to cover his French toast in ketchup. It was horrifying.
This has never... I can't believe it!
Mitch, what the fuck?
Did I hear Loretour? Also, hey man, hope the move went well.
Mitch, what the fuck? What the fuck? Mitch, thank you so much, dude. The move was stressful. But we're settling in. We got to get our kitchen table figured out. We got to figure out that situation. We ordered something. You know, we're going to get it soon. Hopefully we like it and it fits well. Thank you so much for the tip, dude. That's crazy. You want to pick a Loretour, bro? You could pick one right now. You want me to go fucking pick anything? You could pick one if you want. Dungeon, raid, I don't give a fuck. That's actually equivalent to a raid. If you want to do that. No pressure, you don't have to, but if you would like to. Or you can pass that to someone else they can pick. That's fine too, because that's crazy. That is crazy. Damn. You've already tipped so fucking much too. That's wild. Is it possible to do something like a raffle where each gifted is an entry and when you hit the goal, the draws from the hat? That might be possible. How would one do that? There's got to be a way to do that, right? That might not be something that I can do like right now. I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure how to do that. Sure. Mitch says, I'll yield my pick to one of the lore masters in the community that actually has one in mind. All right, the first person to tell me an instance, I'm going. Please don't pick Sepulchre of the first ones. I mean, you can, but I want to do a more formal video for that one. But you could pick that if you want to. Don't you want to see the jailer again? Have you done TOT? I don't think so. We can do TOT. Yeah, I fuck with that. TOT's a good pick. Let's go to the Temple of the Black Cocks. What? I probably shouldn't go on a death knight, though. What should I go on? Probably my monk. Yeah, I like that call. Throne of Thunder would be sick. Let's check it out. Temple of the Huh? You heard me. Temple of the Black Ox. Not gonna lie, I wish there was a TOT campsite. That would be sick. They need to add more. It's taken them forever to make these fucking things. Maybe extend the tour to the island itself? No. Take me 2 fucking hours. They're adding more, 2 more in the future to be precise. But I want some of the OG nice zones for campsites, to be honest. Yeah. I will tell you something about the island that most people don't know. I could tell you some things about it. So did you guys know that the Isle of Thunder was not originally an island? In fact, the Isle of Thunder is the top of a mountain. This temple, the Throne of Thunder, was built upon the precipice of a great peak. Presumably, because it had a greater connection to the elemental plane of air. Which is why it's windy and always thundering here. That's why it's like that. And they use lightning rods to gather that elemental energy. And Ra knows how to command those energies through the power of order. It's pretty sick. Give you a little bit more direct lore about the Isle of Thunder. Thousands of years ago, the Isle of Thunder was known as the Thundering Mountain, home to the Mogu's master. Eventually, Lei Shen defeated his own master and proclaimed himself the ruler of the Mogu. He ruled Pandaria from his seat of power until his death. His Mogu successors moved the capital to the Mogushan Palace in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, and the mountain was mostly abandoned. During the Great Sundering, the mountain sank down beneath the waves, with only the peak staying above the sea as an island. Prior to Lei Shen's resurrection, most inhabitants of Pandaria believed the Isle of Thunder to be nothing more than a legend, because it's from a long time ago. While we're here, by the way, we also see lightning being used to animate these terracotta stone warriors. They are literally being animated through Shanzei animators who have learned to wield these energies and bind them into constructs. So, in this way, you could see why Ra says that he wields the power of creation. Because I'm pretty sure that Vita, or lightning, in the case of Ra's fights, is used to animate and give life to things. Like this. It's also said in legend that Alani, the red thundering cloud serpent that flies around, I don't know if she's thundering, I'm pretty sure she is, flies around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Legend holds that she actually came to be from lightning striking a pond in the Vale. and giving rise to her, which is pretty interesting. All over the Isle of Thunder, there are these lore items, tablets, all over the place. And this is actually from Lei Shen, the Thunder King. They believe themselves to be the rightful rulers of this land because their master once called it his home. And just to touch on the Ra-Den thing, here's the thing. A long time ago, when the Titans were felled by Sargeras, the Titan Keepers received a message. Now, in Chronicle, it says that when the Titans were felled, Norganon bent the raw energies of the cosmos to his will and wove a protective shroud around the Pantheon, sending them careening out into the cosmos. And although the Keepers did not know it, the souls of the Titans went and slammed into them and went dormant inside of them. That's what they claim. But see, that doesn't really appear to add up. Because what appears to have happened is that they were sent a message. And this is removed from the game, unfortunately. But in the legendary Cloak questline for Mists of Pandaria, there's a part where after we defeat Lei Shen, Wrathion eats the heart of the Thunder King, which has been imbued with the power of Ra that Lei Shen stole from Ra, because Ra became super depressed after he got this message. Presumably, a lot of the Keepers fell into kind of apathy and became reclusive and like depressed because their masters weren't coming back. Now the message said, "We have fallen. We must rebuild the final Titan. Do not forget." And Wrathion says that after he has this vision and says this, he verbalizes it, he says that he can't remember, that none of them could remember, and that was very ironic. So it seems less like the souls of the Pantheon went dormant in the Keepers, and more so that a message had been sent. And this message, again, was greatly distressing to those like Ra. So Ra went into seclusion. If I recall correctly, he had been impressed by the tenacity of Lei Shen and decided to show him the essence of Aman'Thul, which he had within him. Ra, or Lei Shen, pretty disgusted at this apathy and weakness from Lei Shen, from Ra, excuse me, decided to overthrow him. He then stole the Keeper's power and used it to establish his empire. And he was a brutal ruler. Now, Ra is chained beneath the Throne of Thunder, as many of you know, and was being siphoned into and out of with anima powers, and I have a whole video where I discuss that, but we'll talk about that more today. Lei Shen ends up wanting to wield the power of the Titans himself. Okay. I gotta move. I guess I don't really have to. There's a period in history where he goes, after the Ordering of Azeroth, or the Old Gods are defeated, the Titan Forge went out and installed the Forge of Origination, right? It says that Ra sealed the remnants of Uldum, or of Yasharaj, in a subterranean vault, which we know as the Vault of Yasharaj, which is hidden beneath the veil, and assigned the Mogu to look after it. The Mogu who answered directly to Ra were known as the Rajani, which gives away his Eastern inspiration. Okay? So it says here, while the Keepers were carrying out their work on Azeroth, they suddenly felt a great influx of power, and a surge of fragmented memories washed over them. Puzzled, the Keepers sent a message to the Titan Pantheon asking what just happened and why, but they never received a reply. After a long time, Ra realized that this was no mere anomaly, but the very last remnant of the Pantheon's spirits after the traitor Sargeras had slain his brethren. Which is very interesting, because that does not appear to be the case in Antorus the Burning Throne. The High Keeper struggled to accept the death of the Pantheon and carefully extracted the lingering power of Aman'Thul before storing it in a mountain vault near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. He thereafter retreated into the catacombs beneath the land, depressed to meditate on what he had learned, which is part of why we find him the way that he is, presumably. So during the Age of 100 Kings, where Lei Shen rose to power, Lei Shen again ends up taking this power, dubs himself the Thunder King, and establishes his rule over Pandaria. Well, I'm just reading here. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Ra-Den, or excuse me, the Lei Shen that we fight in the Throne of Thunder is a resurrected Lei Shen. That's one of the main plot lines of the Mists of Pandaria. Because Lei Shen died when he and Zulathra, and a contingent of other Zandalari and Mogu, went to Uldum to try to claim the Forge of Origination. And in order to stop Ra from claiming it, they activated it and scoured the land of Uldum, wiping out the verdant jungle which once inhabited that region. That's why Uldum is a desert, because it was scoured with the power of re-origination, which also killed Lei Shen. It's interesting because the way that re-origination is described is that it like unmakes something down or reverts it to its base elements, which is fucking crazy. So what happens in the Mists of Pandaria is that the Zandalari
am born of thunder.
What happens in Mists of Pandaria is that the Zandalari, along with the allied troll tribes, because they want to bring back the glory of their empire, they rekindle their relationship with the Mogu and found Lei Shen's body buried inside the Tomb of Conquerors in the Valley of Emperors along with his army. The trolls then take the body to the Isle of Reckoning, and the Thunder King was resurrected by Prophet Karzul. So, the Lei Shen that we fight in this expansion has been resurrected. His spirit returned to his body. Now Shinzai, rightly so, believes that this entire raid is a fractal for titanic things that have happened. And I think that he's largely right, with the characters being different fractals and references to titanic characters, titans, and even Anshe and Elune. And the interesting thing about Lei Shen is that everything that he's doing, he believes to be him finishing the work of the gods. So, he is motivated by what he thinks is fulfilling the Titan's wishes. So, just like a very base rundown of like who Lei Shen is, why he is in this expansion, where we are, why we're fighting him, what happened to Ra, just before we go into the instance here. And there's tons of lore to discover on the actual island itself if you're ever curious. There are tons of tablets and things to collect. There's things about Zul, devil sores, all sorts of stuff. An interesting thing while we're here is that there is this cloud serpent Nalak that spawns here. When Lei Shen discovered a rare clutch of thundering cloud serpents, he was awed and set to subjugating them. Unsurprisingly, because that's what Ra did to the Stormrooks. The largest hatchling fiercely resisted. So these are elementally infused cloud serpents. And as we've seen in Khazalgar, Keeper Ra had the ability to use order to command elemental powers. He would subjugate them. That's exactly what they did to the Storm Rooks and the Cloud Rooks. It's what he taught Arcadis, and that's where Storm Riders came from in Khazalgar. That's why the storyline about, after the main campaign in the War Within, about them rekindling a more natural, or making a more natural relationship, a more, respectful and gentle relationship with the Storm Rooks, and allowing them to have their own personalities and not just be bound into servitude. That's why that's kind of a big deal, because it shows that the Earthen of Khazalgar have not, thanks to the influence of Azeroth, presumably, have not only broken from the edicts of the Titans, but they're philosophically changing how they interact with the world around them. Right? They've grown to respect these living beings, these elemental beings, and have reformed how they interact with them. We don't know the origin of cloud serpents. The newest thing that relates to it would be An Sharan, yes, but I also would wager that there's a connection to Yasharaj. And Yasharaj is a seven-headed Hydra, and in this raid, there's a Hydra that we will talk about because it actually mentions cloud serpents in its fight description. You probably need to hear about that. But he found these thundering cloud serpents and subjugated them. The largest hatchling fiercely resisted, and when Lei Shen visited the handling pens, he laughed mightily at the charred Mogu that lined the walls. He took the hatchling for his own, and for its obedience, granted it power over the storms and sky. Which is interesting because it was already a thundering cloud serpent. You'd think it would already have some of that. But power over, rather than being infused by, might be a different thing. For thousands of years following the death of the Thunder King, Nalak has guarded the walls of his hidden citadel, awaiting his master's return. So we can go in here. And so basically what you have in here is the Zandalari, a contingent of Zandalari, who are, and as we see Zandalari under the command of Zul working with Mogu in Zuldazar as well. They're trying to basically come together with the Sand Fury and other tribes, which we actually fight in one of the raid bosses in here. A bunch of different representatives of the Amani and all these different groups. And they're trying to, rekindle the might of the troll empires with the help of the Mogu. So that's why this alliance has formed. And one interesting thing you probably ought to know is that back in the day, thousands of years ago, when the Mogu and the Zandalari were first having, quarrels with one another, they end up making an allegiance. And both of them had actually planned to betray the other. But as their alliance continued, they just kind of kept benefiting from it. And so, although both sides had intended to betray one another, that never happened. They just ended up remaining allies, which is pretty interesting. But their intention initially was to fucking betray each other. Good morning, Ranner. Good morning, Lockdog. So that's why you have all these Zandalari in here. A lot of these guys are Stormcallers, so it's not as though they have no ability to, command shamanic powers. But I believe these guys are also going to be empowered by Lei Shen. And as we see up here, you're going to see more indication of that. So Stormcallers and water binders. This place is pretty well overrun by the elements at this point. You have Cloud Serpent motifs on the wall as well, which is probably illustrative of Lei Shen's appreciation for Cloud Serpents like Nalek. You have similar imagery to places like Uldum, where you have Titan Forged holding up the weight of the building. Not only is that a really epic, cool, architectural motif that you find in Titan Forged architecture, but it also could just symbolize the burden upon the Mogu, or how they perceive themselves as holding up the weight of the world. Interesting as well, this place, you'll notice as we go through it, it is covered in these black and gray vines that have red thorns coming off of them. And although I have no way to really prove this, anytime I see things like this, I can't help but think of the Nightmare. It looks nightmare themed, nightmare colored. And considering that down in some of the deepest chambers of the Throne of Thunder, they are extracting what I believe to be anguish magic. And I do believe that that energy is directly related to the corruption that we know is the Emerald Nightmare. I think that they are potentially trying to show us that there's something going on there. The red thorns and the bramble kind of vibe is something that really makes me think of the nightmare. The one thing I really like about older broken down instances like this is you see them now, tens of thousands of years in ruin, right? Huge titanic fucking door. And I like to imagine what they would have been like in their glory when they were being well taken care of. You know, it's overgrown. There's a bunch of algae and stuff forming in the ponds. It's remarkable that the water still flows. By this time, I would actually think that the water features wouldn't even work, that they'd be mostly clogged or whatever, but you have dislodged tiles and all sorts of stuff. It's really in a state of disrepair. And I really think that Blizzard does a really cool job with cracking in the stones and the cracking stonework of the stairs and the worn down steps. They do a really good job of illustrating how old things really are. Like, for stone to wear down like this takes so fucking long, depending on what type of stone it's made from. But it's pretty impressive, all things considered. And obviously, this bastion is ancient, right? The thing about that I've tried to get people to realize too is that Ra specifically is quite deceptive in the way that they portray him. And by that I mean, when you hear Ra, you are likely to think of the Egyptian sun god and highest god and all of that stuff, the sun god Ra. But the thing is that Keeper Ra is not Egyptian themed. Keeper Ra is quite explicitly Eastern, Japanese. He's actually primarily inspired. It's a mix of different Eastern cultures, the Mogu and Ra and Pandaria. But he's actually primarily inspired by a Japanese god of lightning and thunder known as Raijin, which is very close to the name of the most loyal to Ra-Den, the Rajani, who are specialized in commanding lightning. That's what they specialize in. So the fact that Ra is a storm lord and specifically has command over the storms is a pretty big indicator, not to mention the blatant architectural style, which he and the followers which he is said to have crafted in the Mogu create things with. There's nothing Egyptian about this. But the reason why I think this is noteworthy is because Chronicle says that Ra-Den was in command and oversaw the majority of the things that happened in the southern reaches of primordial Kalimdor, including, but not limited to, Uldum. And I think part of why they do this, along with trying to claim that Ankh-Kiraj is actually a Titan facility, which is insane to try to claim because it is evidently not, is because everything down there with that Akkadian Empire, Sumerian, Egyptian, Middle Eastern, anything architectural motifs, themes, they try to kind of say, oh yeah, that's Keeper Ra, wink wink. But the thing is that Ra's not Egyptian, like I said. So they kind of do that, I think, to try to convince you of the idea that Ra and his Titan Forge built all of that stuff in the southern reaches of the world. But they didn't. They most certainly did not. And that's why when I go through Nyalotha, I compare the architecture to the stuff found in Uldum and find what I believe to be pretty clear similarities, namely in the spire-like obelisks that are found all over the place, and the clear Sumerian inspiration behind the design of Nyalotha. So there's a lot going on with Ra, Pandaria, the southern reaches of this continent that we've not really been given the truth on. It also says in Chronicle that Aman'Thul reached down and ripped Yasharaj out of the world, right? Where the Maelstrom is now. This is where that allegedly happened. But you'll note that there's no Yasharaj or Shah corruption on the Broken Isles, which would have been close. There's virtually none in Vol'dun. There's an interesting area here near the Temple of Akunda that is noteworthy, but it's not explicitly Shah corruption. There's nothing in northeastern Kalimdor, as far as we know. It's all localized to Pandaria, which is also where the heart of Yasharaj was buried beneath the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. There is also a machine right before the room where the Shaw of Pride is found that is used to attempt to purge negative emotions like pride out of yourself, which leads to the manifestation of horrific creatures like the amalgamation of corruption that we fight in the Norushen fight, which is a Shah. This could imply that not only has the location of Yasharaj been blatantly lied about, but how the Shah even came to be in the first place could also not be true. There are also historical accounts from the Mogu legends themselves, the only consistent legend in the history of the Mogu, called Shadow, Storm, and Stone, where it details how the Mogu and Keeper Ra showed up and slew Yasharaj. And at the time when this occurred, the Mantid were there. Well, that's also in conflict with Chronicle, because Chronicle Volume 1 says the Mantid didn't come to exist until after the Empire of Ajakir, which came after the fall of Yasharaj, splintered and led to the Nerubians, or excuse me, the Akir, turning into Nerubians, Mantid, and Kiraji. But the thing is, those things are in contest with each other. If the Mantid claimed that they were there when their god was slain, the Mantid were already in this region. They did not come from the Empire of Ajakir, because the Empire of Ajakir did not come to exist until after Yasharaj was slain. Which means that the Mantid could not have come from the remnants of the Empire of Ajakir, because they were there before the Empire of Ajakir, as far as we know its existence. It also just so happens that one of the emperors of the Empire of Ajakir, which is the remnants of the Black Empire after the fall of the Old Gods, was a Tol'vir sorcerer named Ajakir. The archaeology tab for the Mantid literally says that the Mantid Empire predates the arrival of the Titans. Yes. So why does Chronicle try to tell you something different? Because Chronicle is propaganda. You see what I mean? This is why I try to tell people it doesn't add up. This does not make sense. These things that were told in Chronicle from this perspective, this is not adding up. And Miss Pandaria started this. Largely. So, these types of inconsistencies are all over Chronicle. If you look back, the reason why it's so important, before I continue, is you have to understand, or try to understand, why this would happen. Like, okay, it's inconsistent, but why? Well, think about the implications of covering this type of information up. We are led to believe that the removal of Yasharaj created the Well of Eternity. If that story about Yasharaj's removal is not true, why are we told that? What is the benefit to covering it up? Why would you hide it? It was either done on purpose, or they tried to make it out to look like the old god's fault when it wasn't. And both of those things can be true. But it's also to deceive you, to make you think something so that they can give you a narrative. Despite the relentless arguments made by some of you, this is not a fallacy. After all, can anything truly be said to exist until it has been ordered? Of course not. From Keeper Odin himself. Why would they want us to believe that the Halls of Origination, as not just an architectural monument, but as a piece of technology, is theirs? Well, because they stole it from the Black Empire. Because from the very same thing that Ranner just quoted, they literally say that they should take credit for all of the technological advancements of the Black Empire, and any record of anything that they made is purged. See ya. Because the truth is, the Black Empire was more advanced than we were led to understand. I would wager that that's probably why N'Zoth knows how to operate the Forge of Origination as he plotted to in BFA. What, you think he just got lucky and pressed a bunch of buttons and hacker-mansed his way in? I would wager he knows how it works. First, all historical records documenting the advancements of the Black Empire are to be purged. Paint that age of one of chaos and misery. A pernicious blight that we keepers eradicated, which they didn't even do successfully. With the old gods locked in confinement, there should be no evidence available to contradict our assertions. Surely, if you care for these mortals, you would not wish to see them led astray into darkness, which is the most gaslighty shit ever, dude. That's so insane that they put that. Blizzard isn't trying to hide it anymore. Not really. And I think it'll be more complicated in the long run. But all of these details are important to understand. Like, what the fuck we're actually witnessing here in Pandaria. What we have seen with Lei Shen and Ra Den. What Ra Den was actually involved with. And how we got to this point. Because not only had the Titans not successfully fully ordered the cosmos, and that's not for lack of trying, they haven't even successfully ordered all of Kalimdor. Not only have they not successfully ordered all of Kalimdor, they didn't successfully order the rest of the planet either. There's other places where Titan heretics live, right? Like Avaloran. So, presumably, these are places that the Titans did not have the opportunity to send their keepers to order. Not only do they claim Old God buildings, but they claim First One structures as well. Well, they claim them for their own, yes. And it's possible that they did inherit or steal those, because they often do that. But then you have to wonder, is there a link between the Old Gods and the First Ones? Surely there must be, I think. It's fascinating that they're aware that the Old Gods and the Black Empire would directly contradict their vision of the world to mortals, who likely would not trust them when they had the evidence. Yeah, you don't have to lie about the tyranny and suffering of an era if it's true. You know what I mean? You don't have to lie. You don't have to paint it as an age of chaos and misery if that's what it actually was. So why do they want you to believe that? It's because of control. Yeah, what Senrak said. They want to be in control of you. That's why the Mantids say your gods are not our gods. And when ours return, we will stand with them, and the wisest among you will do the same. Because here's the truth. Did the Titans create mortals? Are they like the source of where mortals come from? No. Even if what's said in the halls of Uldaman about them creating biomass things on other worlds, that doesn't mean that they created all mortals in existence. We have multiple records of mortal beings coming to exist that have, as far as we understand it, no influence from Titans whatsoever. In fact, even some of the most ancient races in the world, like, I don't know, the Haranir, the Shuhalo, or Tauren, or Yongal in this case, they predate the arrival of the Titans. So there are bestial mortal races that predate their arrival. Maybe even trolls. So the truth is that they're not our origin, but they want to convince us that they're on our side and that we should follow them. But when you look at what some of their keepers, what some of they, and the philosophies that they push, what they do, yikes. It is not enough that mortals know it is enough that mortals know the Titans brought order to the cosmos, and that they are owed deference. Yeah, to be owed, yikes. Yikes. The thing is, in my opinion, with the entropy and progression of the cosmos, things would have stabilized anyways. Things tend towards stability. energies tend from high energy to low energy states, and entropy grasps everything. So even if in the primordial days it was rough for mortals, because guess what? It was in real life too. You know, primordial humans, hominids, all that stuff. Obviously some savage things that were going on. Things moved forward. The Black Empire had technology. They had cities. They had forms of religion. They had writing. They literally have cuneiform. They literally have the first forms of writing and language ever discovered in mankind in their works. A replication of the origins of mankind. It's fucking insane. It would have moved that way anyways. Things would have very likely come to an equilibrium. Mortals would have flourished without Titans. But if they do that, who worships the Titans? And I think one of the questions that you have to really ask yourself is how godlike are these beings really? Because at this point, I have a sneaking suspicion that they weren't always what they are now. Because I've seen mortal beings turn into energy beings. Quite a lot. In fact, that's been a pretty big theme of the World Soul Saga, has it not? Not only with the Koreshi, the most blatant, obvious instance of this, but also Xalatath. I have seen the conversion many times now of flesh mortal beings into energy-based beings. We know that it can happen. So how do we know that the Titans weren't once mortal beings as well, who pursued the same type of diaspora, if I'm saying that correctly, or pursue, you know, changing, and that's more for survival, but necessary. But in the case of changing into energy-based beings. Now I'm going to continue. I'm going to let you finish in a minute. But one thing that's really important to know is from Shadowlands, there is a dungeon, which many of you may know, Tazavesh the Veiled Market. And in the second to last set, or the last three fights that you do, Khadgar also, yes, via transmutation. In the last set of bosses, when you go to confront Timecap and Hooktail, who ends up being a dragon, Solea approaches and pulls out one of those blue celestial titan orbs, like what you see spawn in the Algalon fight, and says, I'll pull it up actually. What she says is pretty interesting. Solea, leader of Cartel So, says you have a talent for acquiring intriguing artifacts. And of course this dragon would, she's an infinite dragon. This was found among the ruins of the Black Empire, yes? And she pulls out that blue orb. Now there's a couple different ways you could take this. Maybe it's from the ruins of that empire because it was a weapon or some type of mote from the Titan Forge used in the war against the Black Empire. Or it could be a form of celestial magic that was found from the ruins of the Black Empire because it's something that they had. Now the Black Empire claims to be incredibly old, outnumbering even the stars. And it sounds like they were on multiple planets as well, not just one. Which is where the idea comes from that maybe the mortals which became Titans or even Titanic constructs themselves actually stemmed from technology discovered in the Black Empire. And by that I mean, there is a possibility that the Titans are energy-based AI-like beings that were created by the Black Empire. And I don't even necessarily mean specifically on Azeroth, but the Black Empire may have developed technology similar to what we see with the engine of Nalak Shah in Kunlai Summit that has the ability to create astral energy-based beings. This would be an insane parallel to about 100 different fucking other instances of the creation of artificial intelligence and robots and media, and that intelligence overthrowing its creator. How many times have you seen that? How many fucking times? Whether it's Skynet, whether it's what you have an iRobot, whatever fucking reference you want to make for that, we've seen that a lot. So I think that would be rather compelling. Now, there is also the possibility that both of these things happened. That the Titans were mortals of the Black Empire or came out of it in some way. They utilized a technology to turn themselves into energy-based beings, and as a result, adopted the philosophies of eternal beings, where they lost respect for the cycles of life and death and the imperfection of the cosmos and the chaos therein, and sought to bring perfection and order to it. And through cold, logical types of thought processes, like what you would expect from someone like Norganon, they basically sought to exert that will upon the cosmos forcefully in order to effectively perfect it. So, that is all to fucking say, to give a grander context and idea to, again, what is happening here with Lei Shen, what happened with the Titans. You know, there's so many details I could discuss regarding it, but that's something I wanted to touch on before I went any further, because I think there's some not even necessarily underlying, but some pretty important themes to recognize while we're in this raid that we're going to talk about.
The Thunder King, give me power. Come, I'll show you.
So, this guy's obviously imbued with a shitload of lightning power. And, interesting, like we've seen with Fell Mutation, and even with Cho'Gall, he has, like, a bunch of rocky spikes coming out of him. He's a dire troll, so that's part of it as well. Read about Jinrock. When the Thunder King awoke, he rewarded the most loyal and ambitious Andalari trolls with power beyond their wildest dreams. The Berserker Jinrock was one of the first to receive the King's blessing, and even though Lei Shen's gifts nearly tore his body apart, the troll is now capable of calling the fury of the storm in battle. Even capable of ionization, which is fucking crazy. Now, he's a Berserker, but he's also grown to an insane size, as you can see. And I also do wonder if he lost any of his intelligence. Sometimes when guys get juiced the fuck up like this, they might not always be the smartest. The loot, Soul Blade of the Breaking Storm. Soul Blade, interesting. There's energy running through it. Worldbreaker Storm Scythe, which is an axe. Lightning Eye Hood, part of one of the best rogue sets ever made. Super fucking cool. Fissure Split Shoulder Wraps. Static Shot Shoulder Guards. Drape of Booming Knights, so thunder. Violent Detonation. Ionized Yojambin Carapace. Yojambin. Might feel like a bit of a reference. Robes of Static Bursts. Braces of Constant Implosion. Infinitely Conducting Bracers. Light Weaver Gauntlets, Lightning Weaver Gauntlets. Cloudbreaker Great Belt. All Set's Tormented Leggings. All Set is an interesting name. Makes me think of Tol'vir. Spearman's Jingling Leggings. Ghost Binder Great Boots. Ghost Binder. And the Binding of Spirits. Jinrock's Dream Shard. Jinrock's Soul Crystal. Sign of the Bloodied God. And Renataki's Soul Charm. Blades of Renataki. These are interesting to me. The rings. The Dream Shard. Soul Crystal and the Sign of the Bloodied God. Which makes me think of Raden, frankly. And I believe there is a sword that has a very similar name. as this guy, if not the same name. So we can fight this guy. This was a pretty fun fight, current content. Really good starter fight.
Break you.
You're thinking Zinrock.
Zah! Smash! Zah!
Nothing too crazy in terms of lore from this guy.
Your bones.
Oh, he does pick you up. I forgot that. Throws you at the pillars.
Zah! Smash!
And then he has certain mechanics where you want to be in the lightning and or in the water, and some where you want to be out of it.
Zah! How you bit me?
Reconstructed holy shoulder pads. Love the music here. Fun Warcraft logs lore. One of the first big uses of Warcraft logs was figuring out a latency bug that this boss specifically caused that Blizzard didn't believe till we had granular log data. My guild tested it and figured it out. That's pretty fucking sick. So again, really run down. Pillars built in a very similar fashion to what you'll find in other Titan facilities in segments. I think when you get juiced up on certain powers, yeah, some of them are volatile. When it comes to the elemental alignments in World of Warcraft, lightning or air's negative trait is madness, so it could relate to that. Fire's is fury. So we have the spirits of Zandalari phased into the spirit world, kind of flying around. If you walk into these, they'll knock you into the fucking pit. And these are presumably raised by the spirit binders of the Zandalari that are present. You also would have spirit binder Garjal, who we fought in the Mogushan Palace raid. And if you look down below, you have a bunch of those crazy bramble thorns. They're quite large. You can see them down here. Really big, black and red. And the pit below is just filled with them. You also have tormented spirits. Again, presumably being tormented by the actions of the living Mogu and the trolls. Interestingly, these are like Mogu tormented spirits, so they're like a Mogu version of banshees if you look at them. Pretty interesting. Soul-fed construct. So this is literally a giant soul-powered construct. We've seen that a million times. Just a mini-boss. Pretty huge rampart out here. Fit for Titan Forged. Open sky above, which is pretty cool. The palace itself is pretty massive. It's a really impressive raid. Also, just like, in my opinion, one of the best raids of all time. Some serpent iconography from the Zandalari that are here. Similar color palette again to Hakar, the blues and the reds. Hakar has blue feathers and red scales, but it's another mini boss serving Lei Shen. Another who's been given command over the storms. A lot of them have golden eyes as well, which is interesting. Yeah, one of the best patches of all time as well, yeah. Huge, menacing, glaive-wielding Mogu statues. Pretty sick. So coming up here, we get to see War God Jalek who is basically one of the people trying to bring together the Zandalari Empire. But he also is like keeps the menagerie and all that stuff. So he brought powerful creatures with him to the Isle of Thunder. The Isle of the Thunder King to use as engines of war. Led by War God Jalik, the Dinomancers of the Zandalari Beast Ward, which we got to learn more about in BFA, use ancient tribal magics to strengthen the great beasts and command obedience. The horns of Horadon, the fabled mount of Jalik himself, can tear through the stone walls of a keep as a blade cuts silk. Now, it says that they strengthen and command obedience. In my opinion, this is effectively a type of spirit magic being used to compel them. This is not that far off from domination. And it's not going to be the only example of it in this instance either. This is just the first time we really see it. This thing has a blind put on it with the same kind of teal blue energy that you get from domination. You have bindings on all of its legs, which we also see when used to bind elementals and shit. It would not surprise me. It's also blue and gold, which is kind of interesting. Now the spawn of Horadon Mount. When you see a hurricane coming, you get out of the way. Horadon would fight the hurricane and win. This is what Horadon looks like normally, without all the bullshit on it. And I'm pretty sure they're using this ancient spirit magic. And the blue and gold just reminds me of Azurite. I can't get around that, but yeah.
Welcome, weaklings, to the rebirth of the Zandalari Empire. The tribes have assembled. Ye face not one force, but the combined might of all the Troll Empire. The hand of Zul will span all the continents of Azeroth once again. And ye lesser races will know pain.
Lesser races. Yikes.
Now witness the true might of the Beast Ward. The Kaladechuka Horadon. Kalamaste.
The Kaladechuka. Then he commands Horadon out to fight us. Why not just lift the gate? They just wanted it to be dramatic. Now, this fight is basically just infinite ad waves until you kill the boss. So, I'm just gonna kill the boss. But it does have some interesting loot. And they do summon Dinomancers that jump down to do Dino Mending, and they use Orb of Control. When the Dinomancer transforms, it drops its Orb of Control. They can use that to temporarily dominate Horadon's mind, forcing the beast to charge into a tribal door. So if you had any, like, reservations about them dominating, they're definitely doing that shit. Talus, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs, sir. And Silly Panda, thanks for the Twitch Prime earlier. Yo, Talus, thank you. Yo, can we get some Pyro love in the chat? Pyro love and Pyro gifts in the chat when people are slinging subs? Show a little appreciation if you snagged a gifted sub just now. Fuck yak. Happy for you. So that's one of the only like truly interesting mechanics in this fight. They drop orbs that you can use to dominate motherfuckers. Really similar to what Gul'dan used on Garona. So I'm just gonna kill it. Or Horadon. So they're binding living creatures and forcing them to fight. It's actually really embarrassing and quite a departure from the actual traditions of the Zandalari. Because as we learn in Zul'Azar, the relationship between the Zandalari and the dinosaurs is one of respect and reverence and partnership. As far as I remember, they looked like Titan orbs. Yeah, there's a whole quest line in Zul'Azar about their relationship with this. You can actually raise your own dinosaur as well. And you can see with how they interact with all the Loa, that taking and forcing dinosaurs against their will to listen to you, that is not truly the Zandalari way. This is Zul doing this shit. This is a Zul plot, as he said. The hand of Zul will span all the continents of Azeroth once again. That's fucking insane, considering that right now the king is King Rastakhan. Like, what the fuck? Let me see if I can find a picture of the orb in the Horadon encounter. Orb of Control. Zandalari Dinomancer. See if I can find a heroic Horadon.
Hello.
Here's a Dinomancer. It doesn't have any segments, so I don't know when they're going to show it. I think they're about to. She drops an Orb of Control. He's already using it, so it's this golden beam that he's using on Horadon. Why is this such bad quality? Put the shit in 1080p. I don't actually see the beam on the ground anywhere. Or the orb on the ground. It might be happening so quick, they're just picking it up super quick. 0.25, you can see it briefly. I should have done the fight. God damn it. Is that it right there? That looks like a spell cast. Control Horadon. He's already casting. It must be that. If that's what it is, it does look like one of those blue Titan orbs, but it is covered by the mobs. Wonder if I can get another shot of it. Oh, yeah, it's gold. It's right there. It's one of the golden orbs, which it is a Titan. It does look like one of those Titan orbs, which explains, you know, why it sends a golden beam at him. Which, again, we've seen gold magics, order magics be used to compel beings as well. Give me one second. I got some food right here, so I gotta take a second to eat. If I can continue this. Gotta feed the Horadon. What's up, Tag? And I'll look at all the loot in a second. I agree, Zargos. Loa of Kings was a dino. That's right. Johnny. Paku. Akunda. Pretty fucking close. And then there's ones that are basically dinosaurs like Torga. It's huge for a dire horn. I mean, I think they wanted that for like scale, but also I think it might have grown bigger because it's been infused with power or something. I don't know, it doesn't look infused. It looks just more controlled. Rando, that's awesome. Rainer. Do I say your name right? Okay. Before I continue, I want to talk about the areas of the map as well. I've been forgetting to do that. That makes sense. So what do you guys think so far? We're only fucking 2 bosses in. I feel like I've been in here for 45 minutes talking about this shit, dude. Oh yeah, Talus, I'm ready for those. I'll be waiting. The Sarok stuff is crazy. It's also interesting, like, Horadon's blue and gold. The Sarok are, like, red and gold, orangish. It almost reminds me of, like, the different, like, Azeroth memory, blue and gold, and then the Heron-eared. Red and gold, probably, I mean, no connection, but visually just reminds me of it, that's all. Thanks for being patient. Like I said, I'm just trying to put this food in. Oh yeah, Ranner, it's fucking nuts. And it's not the only time we've seen some shit like that either. Food goes in, lore comes out. 10 out of 10 exchange. And how the Sarek and Sethrak, the Refti, and now Ulatek's brood could connect is driving me nuts. Mob's really good, Van. What's up, Ishi? I got one piece after this. Call Luffy, dude. I've got the one piece. Is there a list of past lore tours? Just on my YouTube channel, there's a playlist. All right. Yeah, Lockdog, that would be cool. And that all of those serpents, Yasharaj included, stem from Azeroth. I'd fuck with that. I read some stuff out of Ouroboros Coils of the Serpent yesterday, and I basically think Azeroth is the Ouroboros. Okay. So what we've gone through already is the overgrown statuary. And if we were to just like, what does that mean? It's a collection of, oh, statuary. It's a collection of statues or the art and craft of making them. So, the first thing in this whole place is a gallery to show statues. Terracotta statues of Mogu and stonework. The second area, and it's overgrown, as I pointed out. We're now in the Royal Amphitheater. Moving through that. And yet again, you can see these large bramble vines all over the place here. And up there is, of course, where Lei Shen presumably would have addressed the Mogu. Curious what's through that door. I also love the cloud motifs and all of this. Makes me think about the storm and lightning and all that stuff. Now we're fighting Amani and Drakari, in addition to the Zandalari that we've been fighting. And the reason is we're coming up on a council. Oh, I forgot to look at Hordon's loot. Hordon's loot. Dinomancer's Spirit Binding Spire, so there's Spirit Binding again. The art of taking a spirit and binding it into a vessel. Or potentially binding spirits together. Jalek's Maelstrom Staff. Totemic Wand. Flamecaster's Burning Crown. Puncture-proof Great Helm. Hordon's Tusk Fragment. Talisman of Living Poison. Kind of makes me think of Ulatek and what we're going to see. Spalders of Dinomancy. Horn-rimmed Doomcloak. Sandblasted Drape. Sul Lithuz's Sandmail. And you have a bunch of interesting names in here. I don't know to what characters these refer. Arm plates of the Vanquished Abomination. Considering it drops from Horadon, maybe one would consider Horadon an abomination. When I think of Vanquished Abomination, I guess for some reason I can't help but think of like Yasharaj. But multiplicative strikes, Frozen Warlord's bracers, Vaccinators arm wraps, Bloodlord's blood-soaked leg plates, Laggards of scintillating scales, Shimmering Roots of rampaging earth, Petrified eye of the basilisk. I think you do fight basilisks in the fight. Horadon's last gasp. And Spark of Zandalar. At 10 stacks of Spark of Zandalar, you transform into a Zandalari warrior. Pretty cool. Next, we have the Council of Elders, which is why we have to fight the Drakari and Amani and Gurabashi that we're fighting here. Because there are leaders.
These fools thought they beat me once before. They only make me stronger. Now we show them the true power of the Zandalari.
So we fought this guy in Mogushan Palace. Or Mogushan Vaults. And he's back. Helping the fucking... the Thunder King. I love the music here. Fuck. Bunch of decrepit, broken stuff. This trash was very annoying back in the day.
The Zandalari cannot be stopped.
This guy's annoying. That's because they're spirit binding, man. They can fucking... The trolls effectively have the tech to make fucking... or the techniques to make things like phylacteries. I think they would just probably need to have a degree of like knowledge of soul splitting so that they could bind a portion of their soul to a phylactery. But I don't know mechanically exactly how that works. If that's like what is necessary. I just would assume.
With the Thunder King's power, the Zandalari will be reborn.
And again, that's their whole motivation for being here. Gotta get back to who they were instead of moving on. You know, trying to find a new path forward. They're seeking power from this individual to try to return to what they once were. Pretty interesting statue here. Zandalari Warlord, these Flame Chanters, Frost Wardens, these guys all seem to be empowering him. This guy's fucking huge, so I would imagine that, you know, with that empowerment comes enhanced size. Looking out into the bay here, we can actually see the Zandalari ships. It's pretty cool. You can see some unfinished stuff over there because you're not really supposed to be able to see that. Back when this came out, you probably couldn't even see that far. Same with the stuff over there. Not sure what that's meant to be. But this play, the whole zone is instanced, so along with the raid, you can see Alliance ships over there too. Plenty of vision range increases since then, yeah. So you got this Mogu holding up this orb, this golden orb. We actually have some similar imagery in some of the murals in the Vale of Eternal Blossom, specifically in the room where Lore Walker Cho hangs out. Up here. Or up here. Where we have a big Mogu guy. I'm thinking it's in the shrines too, holding these two big orbs. This could represent some kind of Titanic orb, could be the world itself, could be representative of the Mogu's domination of the world itself. Their conquest and expansionist empire.
Le Shen, let us prove to you the might of the Zandalari. We will crush these intruders where they stand.
So they're trying to gain his favor.
We will never fail you.
Obviously. More of these vines. I really like the glaives sticking up out of the tops of the towers too. And they certainly appear to have, at least from what I can tell, Titan runes on them. They look Titanic. So this is the council of the Frost Trolls, the Drakari, the Sand Fury, and the Gurubashi. So if we read this, the history of the troll tribes, the Drakari, the Faraki, the Amani, and the Gurubashi, is awash with millennia of betrayal. Or excuse me, Zandalari would be sorry, Garajal. Is awash with millennia of betrayal and conflict, but the Zandalari's promise of a new unstoppable empire has finally united these disparate troll leaders. Spirit Binder Garajal, the Spirit Binder, possesses a counselor, empowering their abilities and causing them to generate dark energy. Spirit remains in a counselor until they suffer damage equal to 25% of their max HP, so he moves around. But he's possessing them as a spirit. Frost King Malik, Khazra Jin, Sul the Sandcrawler, and High Priestess Marli, who actually calls upon the light using Blessed Loa spirits, which does healing. Shit like that. You also get Wrath of Loa. She uses it when she's possessed by Garajal. And also Twisted Fate. She rips the souls from two random players and links them together. Each soul pursues the soul it is linked to and inflicts shadow damage to all players. When a soul dies, severing the link between the two, the remaining soul begins to inflict shadow damage every 3 seconds. It's a heroic difficulty mechanic only. But that's, again, something that happens when Garajal does that. So ripping souls from bodies and linking them together. Here's the loot. Some interesting stuff here. Zerat, Malik's soul-burning greatsword, which has that kind of red, almost anima-colored orb in it. The next one is Amun Thoth, Sul's spirit-rending talons. That's kind of fucking crazy, because it looks a lot like the Fist of Raden. Amun, Amun Thul, Amun Thoth. Kind of hard not to think of those two things. And just to be clear, it's Aman Thul, but still. And they're for spirit rending, so the idea is that they can rend not just physical flesh, but spirits as well. Kurokura, Khazrajin's Skull Cleaver. Gaze of Garajal. Robes of Treacherous Ground. Robes of the Final Rite. Loa Ridden Bracers. Loa Ridden. Marley's Bloodstained Sandals. Bad Juju Trinket. Fortitude of the Zandalari. And Wushile's Final Choice, which was a very good trinket. Very good caster trinket back in the day. More Cloud Serpent designs on the floor. I'm just going to kill these guys.
Witness the power!
Empire.
Chandra, save me.
The Thunder King.
I return to the sands.
I should get a cutscene here. There's no built-in one for it. I should get a cutscene here with Lei Shen where he shatters this bridge. And again, Egyptian-inspired name, yet motifs of weapon are lightning-based instead of sun. As you mentioned again, that Ra Raijin distinction. Indeed. I'm just reading, hold on. Shinzai had pointed out to me that Khepri, who is like a scarab god, was basically the Egyptian god of bugs and aspect of the god Ra, the sun god and creator. So it's interesting that you get so many Scarab, Khepri kind of motifs in Black Empire stuff, especially in Uldum and on Karaj and stuff like that. Because Khepri is effectively an aspect of the sun god, which could imply that the Black Empire worship like a sun god to a degree. What's up, New Perspectives? How's it going, dude?
What's up, Pyro Root today?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you? Just doing a Throne of Thunder lore tour here. Came in at a good time. All right, let's see if Lei Shen fucks me up. He should have a cutscene here. Now, you can skip this if you want to by going over here and jumping down. You can actually jump all the way to the bottom and skip the cutscene. But this is the Storm Bridge. The grand entrance to the main hall.
You have swept the filth from my doorstep. Perhaps you are worthy of my attention. But but your trespass ends here. None may enter my forbidden stronghold. I shall rebuild this bridge with your bones for bricks.
Pretty sick, not gonna lie, dude. It's pretty sick. And it's interesting when Ra talks, or when Lei Shen talks, excuse me, he almost has this echoing, sepulchral kind of like effect on his voice. It sounds sort of similar to like a Lich King or something that has multiple presences speaking simultaneously. I think it's supposed to be thunderous and booming, and that's probably the only reason for it, but I just thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah, Skiz, if you could link that, I'd love to have that. I've been trying to find it. I was trying to find... I thought it was something in DMs, but... Send you in DM? Let's see. I had pointed out to Shinzai, because there's a story that Rathian tells in the legendary questline where he talks about lightning striking a tree, setting it ablaze, and that truly fire was a gift of the gods. And I said to Shinzai, did you know that before Prometheus steals fire from Olympus to give it back to man, that the original way Zeus gives fire to man is by striking a tree with lightning, setting it ablaze? Just learned that last night. It's the Rathian story. And he said, yeah, most Bible stories are inherited from prior cultures too. The same old fractals with the latest coat of paint. It's like the burning bush in Moses. In most descriptions, it's said to be struck by lightning or suddenly sparks a light with flame. Then talks to Moses, telling him how to guide his people out of Egypt, etc. But the whole thing of gods reaching out via lightning and fire is oddly found in a lot of civilizations, creation mythos, or earliest stories. He then links me to Lei Gong. And he said, I've been trundling around in the Throne of Thunder when I have time on and off the last couple of weeks trying to put something together, and I find it fascinating that the entire instance appears to be a fractal for the cosmos as a whole, specifically revolving around the Titans and Azeroth as the way it points at their creation. And it's all tied to thunder and lightning. To me, the throne is a burning bush. And Skiz chimes in with the Dark Animus, Primordius, Twin Empyrean, Sun and Moon themed. Let's see. He brings up the twin consorts, which I'll talk about. This might be a little bit too spread out. Yeah, this is quite a long discussion. I don't know if this is something I can, if I can go through all of it. Lightning would have been a real stumper for ancient peoples. What else could they assume besides the gods? Sure. Hold on, I'm just reading, sorry. Yeah, it might be a discussion for us to revisit with current ideas and perspectives, because there's quite a bit in there that, you know, probably would be beneficial to rehash. I don't think I'm going to include too much of that here. It's also just not outlined like in a way that translates very well to talking about it on stream. So anyway, there is a bunch of vampiric cave bats down here in this giant fucking tortoise. Now, we also have these rocks that appear to be imbued with lightning. The design of them reminds me a little bit of the spires that the Kobus summon, actually. It's like little spires with like these like colored dots all over them. And we have lightning up above. Now, Tortos. Over the millennia, small amounts of Mogu flesh-shaping magic seeped into the caverns below the Thunder King's citadel, which is probably where these huge bats came from as well. The dark energies warped one of the chamber's native dragon turtles, melding it to the surrounding crystalline walls. Known as Tortos, this amalgamation of flesh and stone has since feasted on the cave's rich mineral deposits and grown to a colossal size. It's actually fucking crazy because they're basically saying the dark energies flesh-shaped this thing, binding it into the actual cave itself, which I don't know how it eats or survives at all. But this is a huge flesh and stone fucking turtle. I wonder if even some people would maybe even call it like a Loa. It's got a crystal shell. It eats those bats? Probably, I guess. This is what it looks like. Got those swirls on it. It looks full of spiritual energy or something. Big old monolithic crystals on its back and its head. I've never really thought too much about this boss. Shell Splitter Great Axe, Shattered Tortoiseshell Longbow. We're also in the lair of Tortos. Tortos' discarded shell, Stone Gaze Hood, Amulet of the Primal Turtle. Shoulder guards of Centripetal Destruction. When it dies, it falls apart. Its flesh is stone. It's more elemental now. Like it's been converted, melded into the rock around it, changing its very composition. It caught the curse of stone. It indirectly got Titan forged. Yeah, Spalders of Quaking Fear, Beak Breaker Great Cloak, Shimmer Shell Cape, Robes of Concussive Shocks, Rockfall Rib Wraps, Azure Shell Bracers, Beady Eye Bracers, Shell-Coated Wrist Plates, Vampire Bat Hide Bracers, Crystal Claw Gloves, Grips of Vampiric Cruelty, Tortos' Shell Caesars, Refreshing Abalone Girdle, and Quake Stompers. Nothing too crazy in terms of loot. It's kind of giving more insight into the flesh shaping and titan forging magics of the Mogu, I think. And you have these humming crystals down here. Reacts when struck, encasing the attacker in a shell that absorbs incoming damage and healing. Initially, the shell can absorb up to 15% of max health and damage. The shell breaks when it cannot absorb any more damage. This is like a part of the fight mechanic. I'm just kind of pondering the whole crystal aspect of this. Why he's got crystals growing on him. I guess maybe the humming crystals came from him? It's got a bunch of babies behind it too. It sends out whirl turtles at us. Oh, I remember that mechanic. It was annoying as fuck. You just walk through Tortos? Oh. See, it says it's melded to the cave. I don't know. I think they could have done a better job at illustrating that. Melding it to the surrounding crystalline walls. Interesting. The walls don't really look crystalline. Maybe this just wasn't a very good visual representation of what they were after. Sounds better than it got stuck. Yeah, it's literally been turned into crystal stone and then breaks into a bunch of pieces. I feel like there is something to take from what this boss is showing us, but I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure what it is. Besides the gradual transformation into stone, is it meant to imply that flesh-shaping magics are technically also used in the Titan forging process? Because if it's the dark magics that seep down, elemental dragons changing from flesh to elemental, yeah, they could have been originally. Could imply something about them. It is a dragon turtle as well. Interesting. Oh, there's a bunch of crystals on the roof up there. I wonder why there's so much crystal manifestation. Maybe due to, I don't know, maybe electricity that we saw on the ceiling? This blue energy causing crystallization somehow? God, I love the music. So anyway, let's move on from the layer of Tortos to the Forgotten Depths. Like Fulgurite? Maybe. Let me read about that. Fulgurite. Natural hollow tubes or crusts of glass, often called petrified lightning. Form when lightning strike melts and fuses sand, silica, or rock. Maybe. It looks a lot different. It doesn't have much in the way of visual similarities. I wonder if it's proximity to the elemental plane. Now that is a good fucking idea, Ranner, because what happened to Daros Tan on Castle Gar? It literally crystallized and turned into a bluish mineral that they didn't really know the source of, but it's because of the energies of the elemental plane affecting this mountain. It's where the storm rooks came through. So that's a very good idea. Proximity to the elemental plane causing that crystallization is a very good idea. In fact, I would go so far as to say that that's likely. Because I do believe that the Throne of Thunder was put here because of its proximity to the elemental plane. Ra wanted to command lightning and therefore needed access to the planes where it came from. Now down here we have a bunch of fungi. Fungal growth, mushrooms, mycelia, and these are massive halls. I mean, these halls are fucking gigantic, carved out by the Mogu. Well, I think I might be dead. Oh, good thing I'm Pandaren. Huge cavern with water running through it. This water is carrying pollutants and different things. Now down here, this is quite interesting. You have 3 bells down here, these ancient bells. And they're guarded by spiritual manifestations of Mogu, eternal guardian. So this is a spirit that has been charged with eternally watching over this bell. And if you kill the guardian, you can ring the bell. And when you ring the 3 bells, it summons the next boss, Megara. I feel like this is probably some kind of reference to some Eastern mythology or legend or something, but I don't know. You have mist lurkers down here. creepy amalgamations and abominations made out of the different energies. But you have growth, so you've got some spirit, you've got some life energy down here. I'm gonna kill this dude. By doing that, you can then ring the bell. Ancient Mogu bell. Interesting face on there. I wonder if it's meant to look like a serpent. It does look like Megara's head, doesn't it? Yeah, it's definitely what it is. I've never really looked closely at that. So you ring this thing. Bell fucking shatters. And I think it's a little bit more than just a bell. Some kind of magical link between this bell and the cave, because this is basically acting... These are either acting as wards, which I think is the most likely thing, or as a kind of clarion call to Megara to summon it. You also have these cave burrowers, similar to what you'd have in the stone core down here. So lots of elemental energy down here as well, of course. Interesting, Tipius. Could relate to that. Tippus. Another Eternal Guardian. It's interesting they're green. Maybe that's just, I don't know, color they chose to go with for no reason, but it reminds me of like Chi or Kai, however you want to say that. Spiritual energy. Jade lightning. Spirit serpent, you know, rain kick, shit like that. I guess the same kind of tech as the one Garrosh smashed. Yeah, that divine bell was interesting. When struck, it had the power to send the... Pretty sure the... Who was the divine bell for? I think it was to send the Mogu or the Sarok into a frenzy. It's an ancient Mogu artifact. It says in the 170th year of the Thunder King's reign, the Korun spellweavers came to Lei Shen with their greatest creation, a bell cast from the Maker's flesh, shaped by star's fire and bound by breath of darkest shadow. So this thing, to be clear, this is made out of Keeper Ra, shaped by celestial fire, probably in the celestial forge found on the Throne of Thunder, and bound by the breath of darkest shadow. So it's literally bound by Yasharaj's energy. The bell, when rung, could shake the world and call to the heavens. Taken to war, the bell's cacophonous tones stirred the hearts of Lei Shen's warriors and fueled their hatred and anger, lending them strength on the battlefield. So they basically built a resonance device that, when struck, would imbue those who heard it with hatred and anger. So they definitely took the Shah of Anger and the Shah of Hatred and manipulated the energies into a weapon. The bell's screaming voice struck fear and doubt, two more Shah, into the hearts of the Emperor's enemies, sending them fleeing in his path. Awed by its power, the Thunder King described the instrument as the voice of the gods, and named it Shen King, the divine bell. Presumably after the Pandaren created the harmonic mallet as a counter to the bell, the monks stole the bell from the Mogu and used the two together to create pure harmony. The harmonic mallet is interesting. It was created by the Pandaren 10,000 years ago as a counter to the bell. When they struck the bell with the mallet, the monks were able to create pure harmony. They brought light to the dark. Sometime after that, it was stolen by the Monkey King as a prank. Fearful of what would happen if the Mogu stole the mallet after already having stolen back the divine bell, the Monkey King split the mallet and scattered the two pieces across Pandaria to keep them from falling into Mogu hands. The mallet handle and the mallet head. In addition to the handle and head, a harmonic ointment is necessary to impart the full harmonic effects of the bell. You can almost feel this oil sing as you touch it, the very texture resonating through your fingers, giving a sense of calm and relaxation. The ointment was made during the time the bell and mallet were both made, and none has been created since. What is left is in the hands of the Blade, an elite Mogu warrior found in Townlong Steppes, in the shadow of the serpent's spine. The Alliance restored the harmonic mallet during the War of Pandaria, and Prince Anduin Rin used it to counter the Divine Bell used by War Chief of the Horde, Garrosh Hellscream, because Garrosh, of course, wanted to use the Divine Bell. So one, the Pandaren, the Harmony. The other, the Shadow, the Mogu, Ra, and Yasharaj. Discord. Hear it sing, you say? Yeah. Almost feel it sing. Yin and Yang, Light and Void. Cool duality. So this bell could be similar. It could enrage Megara, because when you kill one of Megara's heads, the mechanic that occurs is Megara enrages. Megara's rage. It didn't just enrage them when used, though. It straight up mutated orcs with Shah powers. Maybe it was different for the Mogu because they were made of stone. Maybe a flesh being is more or differently susceptible to those energies, or a mortal being. Instead of being empowered with emotions that the Mogu otherwise maybe didn't have, it's like amplifying the emotions of the mortal and like twisting it out of control. Wait till I read you the description of Megara. Over here is the last one. Huge subterranean cavern, by the way, yet again. She's big mad. It almost looks like this used to be underwater at some point, but that the waters receded or drained out. I like thinking about the geological aspect of it too, although I'm by no means an expert on that kind of stuff. I just look at this and I think that doesn't look particularly natural, and if it is, what would that have come from? I would think water. But it's pretty obvious that they carved this out down here. Maybe even diverted waterways so that they could get access to this area. You're thinking the bells work similar to the Divine Bell? Maybe. Maybe by me striking the bell without any type of harmonic resonance, it summons Megara. Maybe that's something that shouldn't be happening. Or those guys are protecting it because the bell in some way enrages or summons Megara in the first place. But listen to this. I'll read what Lockdog said, and then I'll read you the fight description. Lockdog said, in Greek mythology, Megara is one of the Furies, the chthonic goddesses of vengeance. The Furies were likely personifications of curses, or possibly the ghosts of murder victims. According to Hesiod, they were born from the blood of Uranus after he was mutilated by his son... is that Gaia or Gaia? Later writers, including Euripides, identified them as 3 in number: Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megara, whose name means jealous. These goddesses resided in the underworld and would ascend to Earth to punish the wicked. Older spelling of Gaia. Now, Megara is a hydra, a serpent hydra, but the origin of Megara is one that should pique your interest, because Yasharaj was also a 7-headed serpent hydra. Listen to this. Even the most callous among the Mogu quaver at the thought of the dark experiments performed at the Thunder King's behest. This anguish, blood magic type shit that was going on is pretty disturbing. Long ago, a young cloud serpent was twisted into a multi-headed hydra. This thing came from a cloud serpent and left to languish beneath Lei Shen's throne. Now, the twisted creature lurks deep in the forgotten depths, awaiting the moment it may finally inflict its terrible agony upon others. One body, many heads. Rampage, Hydra Frenzy, Elemental Blood of Megara. Megara's Rage, you have the Flaming Head, the Frozen Head, the Venomous Head, the Arcane Head. They each have a different power, which could imply something about Yasharaj as well, because we've only ever seen one of Yasharaj's heads, but he's apparently the god of 7 heads. Given what is later discovered in the raid itself, it is likely they used animate blood experiments to do it. That's exactly what they used. It's not likely, that's exactly what they used. The dark experiments, that is absolutely referring to the dark animus and the blood magic that they're using. Yes. They're doing flesh shaping. They not only have the power of spirit binding, the Mogu found the power of flesh shaping. That's how they created the Sarok, which we will also learn about. Megara's Poison Fanged, Fetish of the Hydra, which of course has an old god eye on it. Hood of Smoldering Flesh, Hydra Skull Choker, Megara's Shining Eye, Quadra Head Brooch, Gleaming Eye Shoulder Pads, Poison Blood Blade Shoulders, Chain of Consuming Magic, Rot-Proof Great Plate, Frostborn Wrist Wraps, Grips of Cinder Flesh, Links of the Bifurcated Tongue, Split Tongue, Toothbreaker Girdle, Ice Scored Treads, Sandals of Arcane Fury, Spine Scale Seal, Breath of the Hydra. So again, when you see Breath of the Hydra and you think of the breath of Yasharaj causing the Shah corruption. That's an interesting idea, Tippist. Wonder if those bells were used originally to get the attention of the Cloud Serpent, like a feeding bell, which would explain why it enrages Megara. It meant food, but also more experimentation. My god, that's really twisted when you put it like that. That's a really fucking fucked up and cool idea. And then inscribed bag of Hydra spawn, which is like this weird goo icon. So Megara is a multi-headed, multi-aspected Hydra created out of terrible experimentation by the Mogu on a Cloud Serpent. So what I'm implying when I'm trying to point this out is that how do we know something similar isn't the reason why Yasharaj exists? Or that Hydras are even the original and Cloud Serpents came from them and then one was reverted or changed back to it with blood magic. Maybe Cloud Serpents were ordered from what they once were, erasing their origin. Or maybe Yasharaj, similar to Al-Sharan, was actually once a Cloud Serpent and was connected with Azeroth in some way, like Al-Nahara and Al-Sharan. And maybe Yasharaj was twisted into a horrible abomination, Hydra, in a similar way. LD Boo, that is embarrassing. Thanks for the 2-year resub. I'm also thinking maybe it was an audio control device that subdued it, maybe? They used it to have just one. They used to have just one, but that stopped as the experiments continued, so they made another. And that stopped and so on. Yeah, all cool ideas. So you fight Megara. When you defeat a head, she becomes enraged. Starts blasting you with all the powers. Hydra Frenzy. Like there might be primal, ordered, and corrupted versions of the same creatures. Yes. Yes. Megara's rage subsides. So loud. Elemental blood and Megara. I think one of the most important things about Megara is just pushing that idea that Titan Forged and Titan experiments can turn normal things into horrific things. It's just like a theme. I mean, look at what happened in Uldir. Kind of an annoying fight. And if I'm not mistaken, I counted 6 heads that I killed before Megara withdrew. Yeah, very similar to Chromagus, or Chromatus, excuse me. What's up, Garaz? Don't want you exploring out there. But one of the most fucked up things about all this whole area, is that this is literally just a sewer. Where the Mogu have been dumping their refuse down. Just disposing of it into the earth. Similar to what we saw with Uldir. They just throw it down a fucking pit. They built this tunnel. And they just throw all their garbage. Wash it out. Dispose of it. Decaying corpses. There's some very interesting parallels between the Babylonian Tiamat and Yasharaj. Kind of makes you wonder about the connections between Megara, Chromatus, Fetid Devourer, and Chimeras. Yeah, in Ulatek. Any serpent, honestly. Any serpent or Hydra. Literally anything. Any Loa, Hydra, weird stuff. Yeah, like Fetid Devourer. Even Garm. Hakar. Yeah, even Garm and those multi-headed, like, fucking things that we see. Gastropods will still one-shot you, by the way. But look at all these corpses that have just been thrown into the sewers. We're in the roost of Jikun here. By the way, they will still one-shot you. In case you were wondering. There is no escape. So here's a pretty good outline from Shinzai that I'll go over at the end of the fractals that he thinks underlay this entire raid. This is from 2 years ago, but I will be happy to go over it. It's a lot more concise version of what I was trying to read earlier. Let me get up here and... Might need correcting, updating. Yeah. I thought he froze. Nah, I was just reading. Just very still. I gotta be careful. That's risky. You see these boar worms, bow flies. Ugh. All this rot down here. It also doesn't help that there's a giant-ass bird. Which obviously came in from the ceiling. The huge hole in the ceiling. This is a very grand chamber. It's actually insane. This fight was annoying, but kind of cool. Jikun. Mogu flesh shapers discarded their failed creations in an abyssal shaft beneath Lei Shen's keep. So there you go. They literally just threw their failed creations in a pit. It's very similar to what happened in Uldir. The reek of decay lured many scavengers to the refuse pit, including the great Jikun. Ruthless and cunning, the monstrous bird devoured her rivals one by one until she holds sole dominion over the shadowy tunnel. She has infected talons. Make you sick. Of all this shit down here. Clutch of Jikun. Pretty cool mount. Giorgio's Caduceus of Pure Moods. Caduceus, it's like Hermes' staff. Hence the twisting feathers. Looks like it has a golden egg in the middle of it. Pure Moods. Crown of Potentiated Birth. Pinion Feather Grey Cloak. Robe of Midnight Down. Talon Render Chestplate. Egg Shard Grips. Grasp of the Ruthless Mother, Court of Cacophonous Cawing, Featherfly Belt, Fabled Feather of Jikun. It's basically like a legendary bird. Jiku's Rising Winds. So Jikun's a pretty cool bird. Wonder if it also has like a capacity for control over the element of air. Can I... Ugh. Feeding its young. Gonna hatch some burbs. The achievement on this boss was very annoying. I remember that. Powerful sound waves. What are these birds doing here? Okay. So again, this is a refuse pit where they would just throw away all their fucking garbage. So... Love the Mogu. Responsible waste management. Typical. Irresponsible, really. Making a trying to be funny. Refuse disposal. Just throw it in the water. Nothing bad could happen. Bird has tusks, by the way. Yeah, I kind of did on its face, didn't it? Now the music and the tone changes here. Be a little bit more mysterious. It's another hole that they just threw shit down. Now this is real interesting. Xalatath talks about, I believe its name is Gazer, which is a boss from a dungeon in Legion. Vault of the Wardens. Glazer. Like many demons of this type, Glazer can focus its gaze into a potent weapon against his enemies. The Wardens discovered that the creature's magical emissions could be reflected back to their source, to debilitating effect. They used this knowledge to ensnare the demon and crafted a special prison of mirrors to contain its power. Until now. Now, they call it a demon, but I think this is technically classified as an aberration. It also has tentacles that look a bit like a Mogu. Kind of reminds me of Gorefiend. Kind of reminds me of old god stuff. It's really gross looking. But I show you this because the boss that I'm about to fight, Durumu, is one of those. And Xalatath, when you come across Glazer, actually has some quotes about it. She actually says something about him. Excuse me. So when she sees Glazer, she says this one is old, but still not one of the first. These creatures were too hungry for magic to obey our masters, though they still prove useful from time to time. So they're very old. Glazer's very old, but still not one of the first. I wonder if she's referring to one of the first of its kind, or one of the first things, like, ever? I'm not really sure, like, what the context of that is. And when Zal says, to obey our masters, who the fuck is she talking about? They were too hungry for magic, so whoever the masters were, which people are going to go, well, it's the Void Lords. Well, Xalatath is also decidedly against the Void Lords. And the old gods. So who the fuck is she referring to? Whoever her masters are, they sought to utilize these creatures, but couldn't because they were too hungry for magic they wouldn't obey. So down here you have roaming fog. And these big old carved Mogu balls that look like Durumu. It says here, Lei Shen commanded his sorcerers to mold an aberration that could peer into the hearts of his followers and detect betrayal. Holy fuck, man. From this decree, Durumu was given life. The clever entity stubbornly obeyed its masters until the Thunder King's death. So, allegedly, they created or molded this fucking thing with, like, flesh shaping. It stubbornly obeyed its masters until the Thunder King's death, at which time it disappeared into the Citadel's labyrinthine corridors. Only recently has Durumu, all but forgotten by the Mogu, emerged from hiding. One of the fucking spells that it has is Light Spectrum. Durumu spawns a blue eye, red eye, and yellow eye to cast 3 colored beams targeting random players in the raid. Once the initial beam completes, the blue eye and red eye focus a cone on their initial target for the duration of the light spectrum sequence. The yellow eye ignores its initial target and instead moves its cone to the randomly chosen target. Doesn't really matter. But it's interesting, infrared light, bright light, and blue rays. And these different light reveal different fog beasts that are only visible when put under a certain part of the spectrum of light. The visible light spectrum as part of this thing's mechanics is fucking crazy because it's a giant eye. So it's about detecting and interpreting light. Right, so I just think that's just super interesting mechanically. A very, like, creative thing that they did. It reminds me of Beholders from D&D. Absolutely. Unblinking Eye. So I got the rare quest this week. Shooting arcane missiles at me. I mean, warlocks can summon these things too. There's a warlock pet where you can summon one. And these are classified as... This is technically classified for whatever reason as humanoid. Which can't be right. And here's Darumu, an aberration. But it looks like maybe they...
Thousands of years without new playthings. I will enjoy this.
And its playthings were presumably the Mogu that Lei Shen had Darumu look into the soul of or whatever and determine if they were fucking lying. He had his own polygraph test. Also, I would wager that this golden thing affixed to its head is not put there by itself. It might just be for cool design, but the ones that you summon as a warlock, they don't have that. It looks something more like that was affixed to it. Maybe to control it, to bind it, something like that. I'm just gonna kill this one because its mechanics can be problematic.
Behold the power of the void.
So there's that as well. So presumably this aberration is from the void. The model name of these creatures is also Beholder. That is true. And when you summon it as a warlock, it's called an observer. Summon observer is what you can get. I think in order to do it, you have to use a glyph. And instead of a fell hunter, you summon an observer.
The mists hide many secrets.
This is a cool mechanic.
Nowhere to look.
You had to, like, drag the cone over the ads, and it would reveal them.
I welcome the void's embrace.
You saw a bunch of little... See these little red eyes flying around. They loop around the room for a minute before flying off. I don't know if those were little extras that released from its head or whatever. I hate that. It looks so gross. Ritual Dagger of the Mind's Eye. Yeah, let's look at the loot here. So, obviously some old god stuff. It talked about the void. It's going back to the void. Need some Visine. Ritual Dagger of the Mind's Eye. Darumu's Baleful Gaze. Literally old god weapon. Chilblain Spalders. Deadly Glare Cape. Reinforced Mirror Sheen Cloak. Chest Guard of Torment. Spike Bracers. Vein Covered Bracers. Artery Rippers. Jesus. Ice Shatter Gauntlets. Life Drainer's Sordid Grip. Links of the Disintegrator. It does have Disintegration as an ability. Crimson Bloom Leggards. Makes me think of like blood blooms. Leggings of pulsing blood. Leg plates of reemergence. Leg plates of the dark parasite. Ugh. Which is what we're kind of led to believe old gods are. Sandals of the starving eye. Treads of the blind eye. Darumu's captive eyeball. Darumu's severed tentacle. This is where the raid gets really interesting. Because now we are in a place called the Halls of Flesh Shaping. Alright, so this is where we begin to come across some of the actual animated runoff. This is interesting. That looks like Darumu as well. Some of the animated runoff from their experiments. And these are literally just coming down here and then just like jumping into the abyss. Into the water. They're literally going into the water. So you wonder how this flesh-shaping magic gets down into other places. Well, it's because it's fucking alive. And because it's coming down here and going in the water. Like, what? Quivering blobs. Halls of flesh shaping. Just like, they have no concept of, like, proper and safe waste management at all. They just, like, cast it into the abyss and it'll be fine. It's like some fucking idiot like casting his enemies into the well and then drinking from it. Like, are you fucking stupid? Malignant ooze. More basically like living blood manifestations. This isn't just blood on the floor. This is like animated. And this red and black thing is a trinket that I have, so ignore that. And the tone here is markedly more tense. The vibe of the raid is meant to induce a bit of anxiety. Something malevolent has happened here. This is not a good place to be. We've delved deeper and deeper into the Mogu's stronghold, and we've now basically arrived nearly at the pinnacle of Lei Shen's experimentation. This room is fucking insane. Could be that they're intentionally sending endless corruption down into the earth. Here's why I would say not. 1, because there are no Mogu here. 2, because of this. Deep within the bowels of Lei Shen's island citadel, Mogu flesh shapers formed the Sarok out of a magical substance of unknown origin. When the citadel was abandoned, some experiments languished in the dark pools for far too long. Here's the thing. Malformed blood, living fluid, mutated abomination, evolution is its primary mechanic. Primordius is blatantly the result of flesh shaping. In the book Shadows of the Horde, which I have an excerpt from here that I would like to read to you, we learn that the Sarok are shaped from an adder, from a snake. Listen. This is from Shadows of the Horde. Spirits screamed in agonies ages old. Hold on, let me... Spirits screamed in agonies ages old. The Sarok essence blasted into Vol'jin, slithering through his belly like the adder that had once writhed across the cold stone floor eons before. That snake was true to itself in nature and spirit. Then magic had hit it. Fearsome magic. Magic that was a volcano to the ember that most magi could command. It flooded through the snake, piercing its golden spirit with 1,000 black thorns. Those thorns then pulled apart this way and that, up from down, inside from outside, even past from future, and truth from lie. In his mind's eye, Vol'jin watched as the thorns pulled and pulled, stretching the gold into taut bowstrings. All at once, the thorns shot back toward the center. The thorns dragged the golden lines with them, weaving them through an arcane tangle. Threads twisted and knotted. Some snapped. Others were spliced back with new ends. All the while, the adder shrieked. What it once was had been transformed into a new creature. A creature half mad from the experience, yet malleable and pliant in the hands of its creators. It was far from alone. The name Sarok came to him. It had not existed before that first savage act of creation. Names had power, and that name defined the new creatures. It also defined their masters and pulled aside the veil on the magic used. The Mogu had created the Sarok. The Mogu Vol'jin knew as faint shadows in dim legends. They were dead and gone. Magic, however, was not. Magic that could remake a thing so completely came from the dawn of time, from the beginning of everything. The Titans, the Shapers of Azeroth, had used such magic in their acts of creation. The incredible power of such sorceries could not be understood by a sound mind, let alone mastered. Yet dreams of it fueled insane flights of fancy. That's saying quite a lot about the Titans right there, just for the record. They, too, use this magic. A magic from the dawn of time. And that this could not be understood by a sound mind, let alone mastered. If you're a master of this, you're a fucking psycho. You're mad. Like, you're insane to be able to master this magic. And what this is describing is basically magically taking the DNA of something, grabbing the strands of DNA and ripping it and contorting it into different shapes, which is immensely painful against that creature's will. That's what's being described here. Basically, forceful genetic mutation is the magic that they're doing. And the catalyst for that magic is this. They need this substance to do flesh shaping. I believe this is effectively liquid anguish. This is like liquid anguish that is used to power blood magic. But this liquid is unique, I think, potentially, for one specific reason, and that is for the amount of gold tones that you see in it. And I'll discuss why I think that is. But to continue, in experiencing the making of the Sarok, Vol'jin grasped a core truth of this magic. He could see a way, just the glimmer of a path. He could pursue its study. The same magic that had made a Sarok could unmake the Murlocs that killed his father, or cause men to regress back to the Vrykul they clearly had been crafted from. Regress. Doing either of those would be a worthy use of such power and would justify the decades of study its mastery would require. The Shadowhunter caught himself. There, in thinking just that, he was falling prey to the trap that had doubtlessly ensnared the Mogu. Immortal magic would corrupt a mortal. There was no escaping it. That corruption would destroy the wielder, and likely his people. Vol'jin opened his eyes and found Rakgor standing there with the group's survivors. Be about time you caught up. The war chief says there's a connection between these creatures and the Mogu. These Mogu, they be the creators. They work in wicked, dark magic here. Vol'jin's flesh crawled as the orc sauntered forward. This be the blackest of magics. This shit is fucking crazy. This is a black magic that can completely reshape a living thing that came from the dawn of time before the beginning of everything. And the Titans had used this magic in their acts of creation. Magic that could not be understood by a sound mind, let alone mastered. This is the same magic that Astalor is using, that is driving him insane. That's why he behaves that way, because he's going fucking nuts. And all the people that are being exposed to this anguish-powered blood magic are going insane. Also, Sargeras literally wields a sword full of it. Literally full of it. Imagine taking a paladin who's already light blind and giving him a sword filled with anguish that drives him to further paranoia and madness. That's what he was going around with. Now, Shinzai, in his write-up, is going to make the comparison between Ra and Azeroth. I would actually say it's probably more like Ra and Argus. Argus is the source of the anguish that is in Sargeras' sword. Potentially even the source of much of the flesh shaping that had been done before they tried to order the fuck out of him and turn him into an engine of domination. But ultimately, this magic is sourced from where? Where do you get this stuff? I mean, think about the Astalor questline. Aspect of Thrall, I have an entire video covering this. Like, I have an entire video about anguish that you should just watch. You're just saying what I said in my video. It's on my YouTube channel. It's like one of my most recent videos. The true power behind Sargeras' sword. Where does this... Well, Blood Elves got anima from the Throne of Thunder originally, yes, and they learned how to animate constructs using it. Interestingly, Lorthamar Theron, as I point out in my video, refers to this as life magic. A type of life magic is what he calls it. So Primordius was allowed to languish in these dark pools for far too long. And he is malformed, mutated. And these fluids have become living and manifest and move around. I mean, he looks like he's covered in infection. These flesh-shaping experiments have severely fucked Primordius up. He almost looks like he's beginning to grow wings. If you let him have it for too long, I wonder if he might turn into a fucking dragon. Could Sargeras have been trying to make Azeroth insane so she's harder to control, seeing as it's the only way to prevent the Titans from using her? Well, the thing is that you learn in the Anguish questline, Anguish can be used for a lot of things. What would you, if you guys can remember, what would you think is the most important thing that Anguish can be used for? If we're thinking about it in the context of Sargeras and cosmic nature of things. We learned something really important that Anguish can be used for. Not just healing. Not just healing. What does Astalor do with Anguish to the person that we use it on? Do you remember? Cleansing? Yes. And to be clear, to be specific, it can be used to cleanse the influence of the void. This anguish can cleanse the void. Which I'm not so sure is a good thing. Because I think that void might be an integral part of the structure of a soul. So if you have a magic that is so fucking crazy like this that you can purge out the void, I don't know that you should be doing that. I think that we all have a little bit of void inside of us. We all have a little bit of shadow. It's not something to be purged or fixed. It is the nature of the balance of the cosmos. So it might not necessarily be a good thing, but it can be used for healing. So if you were to stab it into the heart of someone who's dying, it may function like an adrenaline shot. It's also tremendously energetically dense, right? So if Azeroth is waning in energy, you might be able to use that to basically re-spark, rekindle that. It might hurt like a motherfucker, but it sure as shit woke her up. Now I'm scared we're going to attempt to pump Anguish into Azeroth to stop Zal from doing something. We don't need to do it. Sargeras already did it. And what started manifesting immediately after? Azerite. For the first time, the power of creation and destruction made manifest in a crystalline and liquid form that we use to wage war. We were given a pretty incredible power, and what did we do with it? We tried to kill each other. Love that. Thanks, Sylvanas. Thanks, the Jailer. Thanks, Gallywix. Did we fuck up because we used our Legion artifacts to absorb all the power in the sword? Not necessarily. I wouldn't say we absorbed all the power. I'd say much of that power was already injected. But one thing you also learn in the Astalor questline is that in order to spare the person who you're using it on the worst side effects of Anguish, you must use things like cleansing salts. You actually prepare these before you use Anguish to heal them. It is possible that us draining that power was kind of the cleansing salt, so to speak. That instead of her becoming corrupted further by it, we removed the remaining kind of thing and stabilized the healing that had been done. It's very possible, but we just don't know. But when we look at these powers, when you look at Argus, death and pain, it hurts so much. Like, no hope, just pain, only pain. He literally stands up and screams. When his red core hits the Arbiter, what does she do? She screams. Like, the anima harvested by the Venthyr is harvested by inflicting pain and torture upon the people in Revendreth. Guess what that magic is? Oh, it's anguish. It's anguish. That's powered by the elements of pain and fear. It's all the same thing. So ultimately, where did the Mogu get this energy? It's an important question to ask as we go through the next few bosses. It's really important to think about that. Where do they get it from? Let's fight this boss. It'll go quick. I'm not going to let him do all his mechanics. He just continues to mutate and attack you.
Your flesh, yes, so perfect. Give it to us.
Very interesting how Primordius has that perspective, that our flesh is perfect. It's interesting, I remember Il'gynoth, Corruption Reborn, saying that his flesh was perfect in the Ny'alotha raid. It's almost something about us is more stable or correct. Someone who, you know, concoction more balanced or something. Mortal flesh is special. I do also remember there's a demon that you fight. I can't even remember which one. I think it's one of the Coven of Shavara. She says, mortal flesh, so pretty when it burns. And I always thought, oh my god, what an edgy thing for her to say. But then I think about this idea of perfected flesh and stuff like that and wonder, maybe it's pretty to her because there's something about it that makes it perfect.
Again to the cold darkness.
Pretty fucking horrifying, dude. What Primordius is saying right there, this isn't the first time he's been killed and ripped apart and then coming back. Ophi, is that data mined? Because if it is, you're not allowed to say shit like that in the stream. Poor guy is Rocket Raccoon. The result of many experiments. Created and torn apart and brought back again. And there's definitely a link between Anguish and Blood Magic and Fel. It appears in Antorus the Burning Throne that the Anguish being harvested from maybe the Titan spirits, Veramathris and so on, is being converted into Fel energy. Which is very interesting. Energy being transmuted or moving along a spectrum. And I think it would be important to note any distinctions that exist between anguish and fel. Distinctions and similarities, of course, but the distinction is particularly important because it may help us to understand why the conversion is happening, assuming it's being done on purpose. So the loot from this anathema, excuse me, of the Sanguine Ritual. It's a blood ritual dagger filled with anima. And we've seen other weapons filled with anima, like Goraball. I would say like Ramornia as well. Hand of the Dark Animus, also filled with Dark Animus liquid. Crown of the Golden Golem. This is the wrong boss, excuse me, I'm sorry. Acid Spine Bone Mace. Great Shield of the Gloaming. Clear Mind Helm. Metabolically boosted shoulder pads, so metabolic boosting, things being metabolized more quickly, taking into the system more quickly, dispersed into the system more quickly, the energy being dispersed. Spalders of Primordial Growth. So again, this boss is all about mutation, growth. Hydra Scale Blood Cloak. Hydra Scales as well. Interesting. Robes of Mutagenic Blood. Mutagens that cause mutation. Bone Mender Bracers. Bracers of Fragile Bone. Bracers of Mutagenic Fervor. So kind of like insanity. Gloves of Cushioned Air. Helix Breaker Gloves. This is literally a commentary on DNA. The helix structure of DNA being broken, as was described in that novel with Vol'jin. Pathogenic Gauntlets. Synapse String Handguards. Black Blood Leg Plates. Oh. Huh. Oh boy. Black blood, huh? I mean, we're in Pandaria. So, if there was a source of black blood around here, I can really only think of one thing. That would have been sourced from Yasharaj. And they did make a bell using the breath of Darkest Shadow in the creation of the Divine Bell. So the precedent of them experimenting on that type of shit is already set. They also have a whole facility beneath the veil. Leggings of Ebon Veins, so black veins. Malformed leggings of the Malformed Sapling. Now this one's interesting. The Malformed Sapling. A sapling is what grows into a tree, of course. And I can't help but wonder if Yasharaj or Cloud Serpents had connection to trees originally. But I also think of the Kapari trees, trees in the Vale, so on and so forth. Band of the Scaled Tyrant. Primordius' Talisman of Rage. Basically bent into a rage by this horrific experimentation that he had been under. Stolen Relic of Zuldazar. Grants Blessing of Zuldazar. It's very interesting. Looks like Mojo. Talisman of Bloodlust as well. Yeah, it could also be a reference to the Tree of Life. A malformed Tree of Life twisted by experimentation. And Dark Quivering Blob. I wonder if that has a description. Oh, do I not have that? Wow, I might not have that pet. I'll have to find out. I'd love to know what the pet description is. So Primordius is really a tragic thing. And you'll also notice that the blood from these canisters, and again, the blood in the anguish is harvested from torturing things, seems to be flowing into this platform and down into the floor. Remember that. That's called the Sarok Creation Pit, by the way. That is literally where the Sarok were made. Now this room is one of the next craziest ones. Dark Animus.
Stop them! The Animus must not be disturbed!
These are ritual guards, so they're literally in here doing a ritual. Halls of Flesh Shaping. The Dark Animus. And here's another example, as we have seen many times now, of the anima being used to power golems. This is effectively how the Venthyr and the Stone Legion are created. Using the powers of anguish and anima to like animate golems and stone creatures, because otherwise the Stone Legion they're literally just made of stone. Now these guys have some interesting names: Jaggeroth, Draven, Mandrel, Thal, Megara, Tetrap. These are probably a reference to something in real life. Otherwise, why name them? I feel like it's probably some kind of nod to something. We see Megara again. And we see this blood flowing out of these canisters. Harvested. Frankly, the way these are designed almost looks vampiric with the sharp ears as well. It almost looks like some shit you'd see in a Revendreth. Flowing out into the creation of this great animus. So they're creating a construct out of it, this huge fucking weapon. But listen to the description, because anima has a lot to do with emotion. During his reign, Lei Shen labored to build a mechanical servant that would defend his citadel without fear. When his first attempt failed, rage took hold of the Thunder King. He poured this negative emotion into his next and most successful creation, the Dark Animus. To this day, the ornate construct observes its duty, empowered by the mysterious substance at the heart of all Mogu flesh-shaping experiments. And again, the boss before this implies that it is related to Black Blood. There are ancient vampire myths that say they came from a human and serpent fusing. That's fucking crazy. The Dark Animus. Siphon Anima, Touch of the Animus, Anima Ring, Anima Font. Pretty sure there's literally a thing called the Anima Font in Shadowlands, but I might be in that wrong. Now, to be clear, as I believe Discordian Kitty said in her video about Anguish, the devs did not say that this and the Shadowlands anima are not related. That's not what they said. They, if I'm recalling correctly, and she pulled all the sources for this, they are similar, but different. And I would wager, once again, that the primary reason for which they are different is this golden component. Because anima, as we primarily see it, is black and red. Where does this gold come from? I think that's a really important question to ask. When I see gold, I typically think of light. I think of the divine. I think of purity, I guess. So I just wonder where the golden part of this comes from, because this is bolstered by the rage of Lei Shen, no question about it. And that could also have an effect on how it affects things that it's used on. But I do have an idea for where the gold is coming from that I will share with you as we move along.
The power, it cannot be wielded this way. You tempt forces you do not understand. You have doomed yourselves. It is
unleashed.
Anima orb. Now, also in her video, she brings up that it is purified anima. And I think that that's an important thing to identify. See if I can find this. I'm gonna try to find the actual, There's also a Dark Animus in Castle Nathria. What? A blood golem summoned during the Lady Enerva Darkvein encounter. To summon it, a player needs to summon their Son of Animus, which will start channeling absorbing anima for 4 minutes. Once the channel is completed, the pet will despawn and the Dark Animus will spawn. Criteria of, I don't know what I expected. Totally unrelated. Well, that's the thing, is they never said that it was unrelated. That is misconstrued information. Now, where did she get the information that it's pure, that it's purified? Because I remember in Siege of Orgrimmar, Norushen says, step into the light and be purified. The idea is that the light is cleansing, but it is not gentle. So, I would assume that to some degree, light has been infused into this anima with the intention of purifying it. Oh, this is like a dark, corrupting shadow? We'll fix that by putting light into it. I would also wager that that's maybe why the Sarok look the way that they do, because they have these like golden, not he doesn't, but the Sarok outside are red and they have like golden stripes on them. In fact, it looks much like Galakras. The Sarok look a lot like Galakras, actually, whose lineage may be traced to Galakras and even Galakrond, one of the most infamous of all proto-dragons. That's interesting because I'm pretty sure Galakrond was infused with light too, because of Keeper Tyr. Pretty fucking sure. Like, pretty fucking sure. So I think the golden component in this is light, and that they attempted to purify the dark anima with light, the same way that the Mogu construct Norushen tries to cleanse your darkness, which is the result of Shah, in the Siege of Orgrimmar raid, which comes right after this one. And then it makes you wonder, if Sargeras is carrying around a fucking sword filled with anima, and then he is light, did he or someone else think that he would be immune to the power of the anima? And is he at all, or no? I don't think so. Big old construct. Big robot. Fueled by the power of anima. Take a look at the loot. Already looked at some of them before. I'll go through them again. Athema of the Sanguine Ritual. Ritual Dagger. Athema. Hand of the Dark Animus, which has the Dark Anima in an orb. Athame. Crown of the Golden Golem. At the time, this DK set was so sick. Hood of the Crimson Wake, like blood. Constantly accelerating cloak. Anima ringed fingers. Matter swapped leg plates. World binder leggings. This kind of crazy ass loot names. Anima ringed, matter swapped, world binder, gore soaked gear. Chaye's essence of brilliance. Maybe Chaye was the original person who came up with this idea. Delicate vial of the sanguinaire. A double-edged ritual knife used in Wicca and modern paganism. And then Son of Animus. Forged in the Throne of Thunder, these tiny creations are servants of the great Dark Animus. And Son of Seeth as well. Interesting as well, because he had a blood curse. And he's a serpent, but I digress. So that's the Dark Animus. Galakras is not a major player in events. They are in the Siege of Orgrimmar raid, though, as one of the bosses. They spit out flaming meteorites and shit. Flames of Galakron, pulsing flames. Very fire-themed. The boss rides on it. Warlord Zayla. So Galakras is traced from the lineage of Galakrond, which implies that there would be some type of genetic hand-downs for, you know, traits that have passed on from Galakrond. So Galakras having these golden stripes on them, I don't think is a fucking coincidence. Matter swapped and world binding sound very re-origination-y? Sure. Sewer access point. There's a sewer up here that we're working our way into. And these are like, again, this is like a secret chamber off the main courtyard. This isn't like a, you know, this was meant to be kept very secret. No, the gold stripes are not war paint. They're part of their body. I mean, look at these Sarok. Does that seem similar? Remember that Siege of Orgrimmar and this are in the same expansion. They're the back-to-back raids. And if it was light that was put into the rotting, into the anima, think about it this way. One thing that's interesting about the Sarok is they're more intelligent than you might give them credit for. One thing that you actually see happen on Siren Isle is that the influence of Lorendel and the citrines that come off of it, they make the creatures on that island more intelligent. But what is the energy that's making them more intelligent? It's light. They're being infused with the influence of the crystal's light and gaining intellect. And I believe these Sarok are no different. That last Sarok that I just killed fucking spoke to me. Similar to the light bloom. Like the salt, so the light was used to help control. It might have helped stabilize or cleanse. But I think it also grants intelligence. More putrid waste down here just washing through the sewer system. And it's interesting, when you kill these things, they explode in red and gold like clouds. Like it explodes out of them, look. They definitely wanted us to notice the gold. Another thing is, I would associate light with pride. Look at Lothraxion. But also, the Shab Pride is the only one that has golden eyes. That could just be a coincidence, but it also has binding rings on it, which is fucking weird. I don't know why it has those. power of the Titans, gift of the Titans happens in the encounter. So, like, literally, light comes in from Norushen and empowers us, but... Then we finally make it to the main courtyard. After, thanks to what Lei Shen did, it's actually so funny when you think about it this way. We just discovered an incredible weapon, source of power, and core of the flesh-shaping magics of the Mogu because Lei Shen decided not to let us cross the bridge. Think about that. Had he not done that, we would have just crossed the bridge and come in the front gate. But because he decided to do that, we discovered Megara. We discovered how they were disposing of their waste. We found out about their flesh-shaping Sarok pit and the Dark Animus weapon that he had made. Otherwise, that would have been down a side corridor that we probably wouldn't have thought twice about. Imagine what the fuck is on the other side. There's a whole area we don't even get to go to. Imagine. Manchu and Wei Sheng. Bunch of untrained Quillen. They're teaching the Quillen. This guy's all about riding the Quillen. This guy's a general, okay? Alright, Iron Khan. Legends speak of the brutality of Khan and his Quillen champions. The fearless Mogu commander was dubbed Iron Khan by the Thunder King for his unrelenting resolve to claim victory after victory for the Empire regardless of the cost. Now, if you're looking for Titan fractals, I don't think you have to think too hard about who this would be. Rising Anger, Ignite Cyclone, Fist Smash, again, fearless Mogu commander, unrelenting resolve to claim victory after victory for the Empire regardless of the cost. Uh-huh. Iron Khan's boot knife. How about Khan's flaming scimitar? He has a flaming scimitar. Like, okay. Voice of the Quillen. It's a gun. Orb of Arcing Lightning. The Mogu Orb imbued with energy. Roshok's Molten Chain. Rainbinder's Fist. Quetzal's Crackling Cord. Is the names of some Roshok, Quetzal, Dameron. That's his mounts. Saddle Scarred Leggings. Dameron's Frozen Footguard. Spurs of the Storm Cavalry. And Roshok's Remembrance. Frozen Sage, the Storm Caller, and the Molten Flare. I'm just going to defeat him.
Stare into the face of true power. More training.
He doesn't actually wield the scimitar, but... So this guy's guarding Master of the Quillen, the main courtyard. So again, on the other side of that would be the bridge that Lei Shen stopped us from crossing. Now we're going into the main temple, the main bastion. Look at this shit, dude. Hall of Kings. Shanzai's Celestial Shaper. I'm not 100% sure what's going on in this room. Well, I think that they're using lightning to shape Celestials. I mean, they have their essences here. There's a Cloud Serpent there, which reminds me tremendously of Elegon, who we fight in Mogushan Vaults. Dedicated to the advancement of their empire, the Mogu salvaged and repurposed Titan technology to generate untold power in the depths of this ancient complex. Yeah, Titan technology. Why these energies have been focused into the cold will of a celestial dragon is a mystery that lies at the very heart of the vaults. These powers can be used to shape even celestials. It's why when I got the chance to talk to Dave Kosak, I was like, why are the August Celestials like different and weird? Is it possible that they were crafted or created using something like the engine of Nalak Shah? And he's like, oh, that's interesting. I hadn't considered, you know, that before or whatever. So maybe not. But effectively, celestial astral beings seemingly can be shaped with the power of lightning. And that's what these celestial shapers are doing. Now, exactly how they have these things, I don't quite understand. Maybe they're trying to use the power of all of them to meld them into this one thing. But I think the story might go over this in Mists of Pandaria, but I don't remember if they captured the Celestials. I don't remember. The next fight also has us empowered by the Celestials. The music in here is fucking awesome. Because in the next fight, a player may choose to invoke the spirit of any Celestial by selecting his or her fated image. Upon doing so, the player must trace that Celestial's constellation. Upon completion, the Celestial appears and gives aid to the players. And the 4 Celestials are mentioned. The 4 Celestials appear as fated images atop statues around the room. Why are the August Celestials in the Throne of Thunder? The Mogu used Mogu sorcerers known as the Shanzei Celestial Shapers to exploit, bind, and drain their divine power. Shanzei Celestial Shaper. Celestial Shapers, also known as the Hands of Shanbu, are 4 mobs in the Throne of Thunder. Similar to how Shanbu attempted to bind Niuzao to his will, these Mogu sorcerers appear to be attempting to shape the power of the Celestials to their own purposes. When players defeat them, the essences of the 4 Celestials thank the heroes by aiding them in their battle with the Twin Empyreans. It's actually fucking crazy because this reminds me so much of the fight against the Coven of Shivara. Like, I really, dude, like some Antorus fractal type shit. And the Celestials would be like the Titans. But then you go on to fight the Twin Empyreans. In the case of Antorus, you fight Argus. Or, excuse me, you fight Agramar. But the Twin Empyreans are very interesting because they seem Anshe and Musha themed. So let's kill these guys. And the little dragon thing that they were making disappears. You had this big old statue of Lei Shen, which is fucking crazy. These orbs are just juiced the fuck up with lightning. Wonder if there's anything special about the stone that these orbs are made out of, because they look a lot like the one that we saw the Mogu statue holding earlier. Hand on both the orbs. And behind him is a mural of 2 orbs being held as well by a Mogu. Could be symbolic of Ra. A cloud serpent and a temple atop some mountains. This could be, you know, the temple on top of the Thundering Mountain. This could be something in the Jade Forest. Could be something in Kun Lai. Maybe the gods handing down the gift of lightning to the Mogu or some shit like that. I don't know. The shadowy serpent encroaching upon their bastion or something. Maybe Ra, like, coming to their aid or protecting them. Like, it could be symbolic in a way of, like, Ra and the Mogu fending off the dark serpent that is Yasharaj. I don't know. I love the music here. Celestial Enclave. Listen to their dialogue. This is crazy. Suen, Mistress of Anger. Lulin, Mistress of Solitude. Okay. To me, these seem pretty blatantly like they're inspired from Anshe and Musha. Anshe is supposed to be a male figure, Musha a female. But depending on the story that you're reading, Anshe is pretty consistently depicted as kind of angry, irritable, proud, raging fire. Musha is often depicted as more solemn, in solitude, lonely, calm. Right, so a contrast to one another. One is fiery and passionate. The other one is more subdued and contemplative, I would say. And here are the Celestials, faded images of them. More serpents on the ground. Now, the description for them is interesting. Suen also has green eyes, which is interesting. Lulin has, like, purplish. It says here, the Twin Empyreans are among the most formidable of the Thunder King's champions. Determined to safeguard his reign, Lei Shen keeps his loyalists close and their combined arsenal against interlopers closer. Darkness falls, Lulin's luminosity. As night falls upon the Twin Empyrean's chamber, Lulin is empowered and fully active, while Suen plays a more limited role. Kind of like you'd expect from the sun and the moon. Blazing daylight, Suen's fury. As day breaks within the Twin Empyrean's chamber, Suen is empowered and fully active, while Lulin plays a more limited role. Fell and Void, what do you think those mean? Could be. I mean, when I think of colors, or Arcane, even instead of Void, but Break of Dusk. During the dusk, both twins are active, just like as is said about Anshe and Musha in the Eyes of the Earth Mother story. At dawn and dusk, that happens. If Lulin perishes, dusk ends and day begins. Blazing Radiance. If Suen perishes, dusk ends and night begins, fully empowering Lulin. During night, moon lotuses once again bloom and beasts of nightmares once again spawn. Beasts of nightmares spawn during the night. Flames Radiance, Light of Day. Tears of the Sun. Beasts of Nightmares. Lulin pulls a beast from her target's nightmares, commanding it to attack. Lulin calls forth lurkers in the night, barraging random targets with darkness, inflicting shadow damage. Exposing lurkers to Suen's daylight while she's channeling Tears of the Sun will reveal them. Ice Comet. Cosmic Barrage. Moon Lotus. Which casts Slumber Spores, putting the player to sleep if they contact it. Yeah. It feels like hugely inspired by Anshe and Musha personally. Yeah, they are, I think, some of the only female Mogu. And these are apparently literally crafted out of stone, right? Like all the Mogu are. But imbued with the power of the sun and the moon. And look at the symbols on them. I mean, these are fucking crazy. There's also 7 beams coming off of this, which probably doesn't mean anything, but... Let's see. Before patch 9.1.5, the adventurer guide read the twin consorts are said to be the greatest of the Thunder King's treasures. Rumored to be the only known female Mogu in existence, Lei Shen keeps his trophies close and their combined arsenal against interlopers closer. So they changed that in Shadowlands. I was pretty sure they used to be called the Twin Consorts, so they renamed them, I'm pretty sure, to the Twin Empyreans. Yeah, renamed from Twin Consorts in Shadowlands. That was when they were turning things into fruit bowls and stuff like that. It says here, the twins borrow their names from celestial objects. Suen is actually Cantonese for sun, while Lulin is possibly named after either the 145521 Lulin, Comet Lulin, or the Lulin Observatory in Taiwan, where the former celestial objects were discovered. The twins were referred to as the Imperial Queens. Why'd I get disconnected? In the patch 5.2 PTR files. What? Come on, man. And you'll notice, if I can get them to phase without killing them, and assuming that the game didn't just die on me because it's not logging me back in. Oh, wonderful. Well, shit. They don't want us lore diving. Banned for mentioning fruit bowls. Damn, we were just getting to the good part, too, dude. We were just getting to the fucking good part. What's the lore on Anubisath things or whatever those Anubisath looking things are? Pretty sure that they're claimed to be Titan forged, but in Nyalotha they had Anubisath giants and they had Obsidian destroyers. So I'm quite certain that the Black Empire had created those, and the Keepers and the Titans just took credit for it. Damn. Pyro saw way too much of the Matrix. Broke it. I'm like Morpheus. I was trying to show you the Matrix. They worship the sun? When you first see them, they're only in AQ raids? Indeed. They worship the sun? Who's they? Halo campaign time? Oh, dude. You mentioned 7 tentacles of plate something on Suin's head. On Lulin's crescent plate, there's also 7 protrusions I see on it as well. Symbolism could be on the nose in their case. Yeah, it looks like about half the servers are dead right now. Who's coming in here right now after the servers crashed? Who just showed up because they're like, oh, what the fuck happened? I'm gonna go check out. You like came to the stream. There's got to be at least one of you. Looking. Maybe no one did. Maybe y'all were already here. Should have played on Moonguard. Honestly, bro. I've thought about switching to Moonguard. How much is the server transfer? $60? No, it's not 60. It's like 25 or 30. Yeah, times that by 13. That's how much it would cost me for me to move all my characters. Fuck that. The crescents of the moon bend inwards, looking all orderly while the sun one goes out screams chaos to me. I mean, dude. The moon is definitely, unless she's enraged, like the blood moon or the black moon, she is more orderly. I'm telling you. The sun is more chaotic. It's that way in almost every single instance of the traditional order versus chaos, like, thing. Unless they inverted it, and the light truly is the order, and the shadow is the chaos in this case, but it's like every time you see that duality, with G Firepaw and Asa Cloudsinger, it's the same thing. It's the Horde and the Alliance, the red and the blue. It's like, it's the same fucking thing. Fuck, Illidan and Tyrande if you want to go there. Sargeras and Agrimar even. Burning sun and soothing moon. Let me back in. I was in the middle of a 3-hour lore tour. Dude, the raids take a long time. Big raids, like especially raids with 13 bosses, take a long fucking time. Which dungeon tag? I only ended up doing Bastion on Twilight yesterday, yeah. I was on too late. I was streamed till almost 8 o'clock. Pit of Sauron? That's funny. I could close the game and maybe check for updates. Maybe they push an update that's causing some inability to connect to the servers. I've seen stuff like that before. hate getting a fucking hair in my mouth, bro. Then you like lose it. You don't know where it went. Then it comes back like 20 minutes later. You're like, oh, gross. I mean, it's mine. You just got like a mustache hair in my mouth. Gross. Maybe they preloaded? No, there's no updates. So you're saying some of you are connected to the server still? I was in the middle, for those just joining us, I was in the middle of a fucking Throne of Thunder lore tour. And we got disconnected on the third to last boss. Playing on Moonguard right now? Well, Moonguard's not down. It's not on the list of servers that are down. I'm in game and playing. What server are you on? Lei Shen zapped the servers to save his consorts. I think changing their name from Twin Consorts to Twin Empyreans is like kind of a weird choice. Like the Mogu are like brutal and not a culture really like to be admired very much. Like they would be the cut. Lei Shen would be the motherfucker to have consorts. But like just having that in your game doesn't mean that like that's a value that you believe in or something, right? Like can it be used as like part of a very like fucked up, reprehensible like culture in the game? I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. Seems like kind of an unnecessary change. That's probably why people are having meltdowns about it around this time in Shadowlands. Drendon, yeah, your server's not down. I wasn't surprised they overreacted. Right, I mean, after all the stuff that was happening at Blizzard, they were just trying to like basically erase anything that had that tone to it at all, even if it fit for like the setting in the context of the game, right? I don't really care about the fucking paintings and shit that got changed. I don't care about that. I don't really care about this. I just think it's interesting. Banger song, dude. Yo, no Google here, okay? No fucking Googling, all right? Before it was called Zinashari, what was the name of the Night Elven capital? No Google, no searching. Tree? Elundris, that's correct. That's correct. Very nice. Very nice. Who was Gron on Draenor created in the image of? Agramar. That's right. What is Anduin's horse's name? There's some shit like Providence or fucking... I actually don't know. Reverence? Good question. Glory. Really? Where did Varian Rin get Charlemagne from? Elves? Kind of, but not really. Yo, quiz tour. What the fuck? It's a gift from Jaina. They were a gift from Jaina. Yo, Mitch, thank you so much again. I'm gonna make that pop up here. They are originally elven blades forged during the War of the Ancients, if I'm not mistaken. These twins used to wield them. Recent events. Look at this. Mitch is just popping off. Mitch is like, oh yeah, lore tours? Here's another one.
Unfreaking believable! What the hell did I just see?
Thank you very much, Mitch. Damn.
Tour.
Second time today. That's fucking crazy. Thank you. When Varian Rin was split in two, what was his other personality called? What did they call him? Logos, yeah. Dickhead. What is the name of the orc who, after performing a blood ritual where he gouged out his own eye, usurped the throne of their clan from his father? Kilrog, that's right. What was the name of the Eridar who sold out Thalkiel to the leaders of Argus that he was meddling with demons? Archimond? It sure was. Some of you are fucking fast with these. Y'all are fast. I've done Warcraft GeoGuessr. I'm really good at Warcraft GeoGuessr. Eric. Close. Ericamond. Wow. Seriously, thank you again, Mitch. You're so generous, dude. That's crazy. That is crazy. What was the name of Gul'dan's original clan? Trick question. Nobody knows. Yep. He did found the Stormreaver clan, but he was part of the Shadow Moon clan where he was an apprentice for a time, but his original clan in modern lore we don't know. Probably was the Flower Picker clan. Who messed up the recruitment of the ogres into the Horde? Metzen. It was Rexar. It was Rexar. That goofy fuck. Where was the town of Hasek located? Only appears in Day of the Dragon? I don't fucking know. I haven't read Day of the Dragon. Fucking Red Ridge Mountains. I think Rexar has a quest to kill ogres, no? Yeah. Rexar, we were supposed to... Rexar was trying to get the ogre's help. We go, we challenge the ogre's leader, and then Rexar's like, never mind. And he just left him without a leader. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Man, this fucking hair is killing me, dude. Psych! Should be up. Come on! I watched it, Quantum. Doesn't seem like it's up to me. What is the name on the Horde side of the Zuldazar questing? Zandalar questing. What is the name of the temple that we go into that houses the first disc that connects to Uldir that the faceless ones have desecrated? What's the name of the temple? Don't Google it. Well, actually, after you do the intro, you can go to Vol'dun or Nazmir, can't you? Faceless Temple, easy. On a second playthrough? Wait, on the first playthrough, do you have to go to Nazmir? I said in the Horde side questing of Zandalar, what is the first temple that you go to that has one of the discs that connects to Uldir, the seals that are being broken? What's the temple called that you go to and find the faceless one desecrating it? This is a very, like obscure question. It's so niche. I know. I felt like the questions I was asking were too easy. Atal Nazman? No, but you got part of it there. It's not Atal. It's not. This is so obscure. It's Nazwatha. It's very obscure. Why would you know? All right, I know you guys are gonna get this one. What's the true name of the Void Storm? Dacia. Yeah, yeah. Also the supposed homeland of Xalatath, isn't it? Nope, we have no evidence of that, actually. It could be, but there's nothing that really says that. Who forged fellow Malorn? Was it not Dathramar Sunstrider? I'm gonna feel real dumb if that's not... It was not. Who did forge fellow Malorn? Oh, it's an ancient highborn rune blade, born into battle by the Sunstrider dynasty. It was wielded by him. Dathramar dreamed of it. Ah, Luminarian made it. Ah. Nice. I did not know that. A mage smith who was active before the War of the Ancients, used an arcane forge to craft a number of weapons, including the rune blade Fellow Malorn, and forged several blades of Quell Sarar, including the Seaborn blade, Prismatic Fireborn, and Skyborn blades. There are some who speculate that Kael'thas Sunstrider employed a descendant of Luminarians to reforge Fellow Malorn after the blade was shattered in the Third War, but that's never been verified. Interesting. Are there other blades like Quell Sarar and Quell Dalar? Yeah, actually just name them. A couple of them anyway. What was the name of the original king of Erethdor? It is Thoradin, yeah. Very nice. Servers are also down? Yeah. Where did Egwin confront the Avatar of Sargeras? Where did that happen? The Maelstrom? No. Galakron's bones. That's right. That's right. Indeed. In Northrend. Okay. Besides Keeper Tier, I could have made the question more fun had I not said that. Who is the only Titan Keeper to have their body replaced? It's probably too easy. Mimiron, that's right. What is the Titan Forge name for the Great Crystal Lorendel, which is found beneath Siren Isle? Damn, we played through the whole fucking song right there. I know this one, but I'll let someone else answer. Does anyone know? What's the Titan Forge name for the Great Crystal Lorendel found beneath Siren Isle? Don't Google it. Don't cheat. Anybody know? Himasul? That's right. That is right. I would have seen this a few months ago. Yeah. I need to come up with some questions that aren't just names of things. Linking back to your question, where was Kilrog killed and who killed him? Which version of Kilrog are you asking about? Original Horde Kilrog? Do we kill Kilrog? Don't you fight? Maybe I'm a do you... I think I have it wrong, but... Do we... I don't know if we kill him, or if he dies earlier in the lore. I don't remember. I know there's an orc. I want to say... I don't know. Who's the orc that you fight at... Oh, I'm thinking Kargath Bladefist. By Danath Trollbane in the Tombs of Akandun. I'm mostly trying to pick stuff that would be known from playing the game, but... Say this GeoGuessr? Okay. Oh, close. Is this Stormsong Valley? It's gotta be. I think there's a seawall. I think it's right here. Oh, I've never been here because I don't have the right class, but this is the True Shot Lodge, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, sir. Just northeast of Half Hill. Hey, it's back. How many is there? Right. Fucking, we take those. This is the Temple of Akunda. I've been here a billion fucking times where I don't even have to look anymore. Where on the beach, though? Oh, you can see the statues there. The fuck? It won't zoom. It won't do anything. Oh, I can't zoom, dude. It's scuffed. It's scuffed. I can't do anything. Well, that's the GG. It just like stopped working. Refresh the site. It's gonna stop my thing. It's gonna fucking ruin it. Oh, GG. It said continue last session. Oh, did it? Oh. Bro, I'm not so good with these like old locations. I think it's right here. Oh, thank God. I want to say this is right here. Oh, I gotta be careful though. It might be over here. Oh, fuck. I think it's here. Oh. Is this Mechagon? It is. Got old god stuff. And I see a little fire. Night elves. I might be cooked on this one, dude. I might be cooked. I don't know. I don't really know where this is. I don't think it's... I think it's Hyjal. I really don't know where, though. It's got burned trees. It's like gotta be Hyjal, right? It's not here. Pretty sure. Old god tentacles and shit makes me think Twilight. It's got to be Cataclysm, right? I don't know. I'm just gonna have to put in a guess, dude. The thing is, the land itself isn't burned. And there's like a moon well, a small building, and a big building. But I don't see... Like, I think I know this area pretty well. I don't think it's right here. There's a lot of fire through here. So it being right at the edge of the burning would make sense, but I'm pretty sure I remember doing the quest here, and I don't think it's there. There's an even bigger building over there. But maybe it is. I don't know, dude. I think this is wrong, but... Fuck! Oh, it didn't even show me where it was. Ugh. Are the servers... Are things working? Stone Talon Peak? Damn. Still down for me? Fuck. Damn, dude. Whoa. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, okay. Oh, this is where you fight Bracken Spore. don't know. It kind of looks like right here. Pretty sure. Ah, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Inside of a fucking building? Is it the fucking Stormwind library, dude? Where the fuck is this? That guy looks like a mage trainer. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know where the fuck this is. I mean, it's obviously a human city. A lot of books, dude. It looks like Stormwind architecture, I think. Does it? High stonework. Yeah, it's gotta be. But I don't know. I mean, shit, dude. This could be in any fucking building. I have no fucking idea. It could be in here. I don't think it's in the fucking whatever the fuck that place is called. It's definitely a trainer, though. So that's what makes me think here. I got like 3 options. I don't think it's here. Could be one. It could be the very beginning. But I'm like between these two. So I don't think. What color's the roof? Oh, you can't see. 'Cause you're inside. Fuck it. Wow. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this fucking website. Oh, did it change it? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. Ooh, I love Asuna. It's so beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful zones in WoW. It's so sorrowful and so beautiful. I love it. But where the fuck is this? That's Val'Sharah over there. It's just on like the northwestern part of the map. That's where a lot of the desecrated ruins are. Does it cross water? No, it comes out of the mountain. How close is the water? It's very close. Cliff is right there. Asuna and a hippogriff right there. It's right next to a mountain. It's not this far south. It could be. I'm thinking like right here, but there's a cliff right here. There's a mountain right here. I think it's, and then is this the walkway coming down? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'll take that. This is a fucking garrison. Where is this? Oh my god, it's unironically in the fucking garrison. Where the fuck was that again? Isn't it like right here? It is in the garrison, isn't it? It has to be. It's like Mage Tower. This is like to the west. This is like your little fishing shack. Isn't it? Where the fuck did we build our garrison? Oh. Oh, it's over here. Boom. Beware of Yeti! These are Wendigo, but... God, I hope I'm in the right zone. Oh my god, there's fucking ice caves all over this fucking zone, bro. How am I supposed to know which one it is? I don't know where the Wendigo are. I don't know this zone well enough, and there's fucking nothing distinguishing about this zone. It's all fucking white. It could be here. I don't think it's there. There's no trees on the map there. But this, I don't think there's enough of a gap there. I don't think it's there either. Shit. Oh, there's a building. I see a building. There's a tower. A dwarven tower. To what I think is the west? Oh god, I hope I'm in the right zone. Isn't there dwarf, or is this is technically like Night Elven territory. Maybe I'm in the wrong zone. Maybe I need to be... I think I'm in the wrong zone, dude. Maybe it's over here. I don't know if there's Wendigo in this fucking zone, though. Wait, there is a tower right there. And there's like a cave entrance here. Oh, God. This is really bad. No, I don't think this is right. Oh, no. Now I'm like second guessing myself, dude. There's like no... There's like not a lot of trees going on around here, so now I feel like I'm not in the right place. I don't remember ever seeing Wendigo in this area. I think it's up here somewhere, man. Oh, I gotta stick to my gut. I gotta listen to my gut here. But I saw a dwarf tower. Is that like a thing up here? Is there dwarven architecture up here? Doesn't even make sense. I think it's all like night elf stuff up here. I don't know if there's like a single dwarf anything up here. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I'm cooked. I don't know. You can't see shit that direction, man. There's definitely a dwarven tower. Is there trees around here? It couldn't be that, right? No, there's no way. That's not Wendigo in the starting area. Right? This is taking me too long. I'm just gonna have to pick something. I don't feel good. I don't feel good about it. It is kind of enclosed, but it just doesn't look right. This doesn't even look like that area. This can't be right. It can't be. I think it's in the other zone, dude. I don't know. I don't really believe that there's any dwarven architecture out here, but I also don't know. I don't know what else to pick, dude. I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm like, so I can't bring myself to pick something because I know I'm gonna be wrong. It's like killing me inside. I'm like afraid of the embarrassment that's about to come. I just can't believe that there's anything dwarven up there, dude. I just can't do it. I can't do it, but there's no trees on this map. Where the fuck is a cave? I don't know. And I can't see shit because I'm so close. I don't know, dude. I don't know. There's no way. There's no way, right? There is some water right there. I think it's... Oh my god. Oh, oh. 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 Always trust your instincts. Dude, I think WoW servers are cooked. Right in the middle of a lore tour. I can't even fucking fathom that. Close enough. Was that the main one? It might have been the main one. It was green, wasn't it? It was the raid portal. It was green. It was green. It was green. Damn, I didn't do so well on that one. I just got a DM from my friend. He said, was gonna get so mad if you didn't pick Dunmorrow. Holy fuck. That's hilarious. Well, I really want to get back to this fucking lore tour thing that I was doing, but I can't really be helped right now. Oh, this is Drusvar, eh? Oh, yeah, this is Drusvar here, eh? Or Tiragard Sound, eh? I can see Borealis right there. Shipwrecks. What the fuck is that? Not here. I did collect rosary there a few times. Big mountains are right there. Not here. It might. That is definitely Borealis. That's that ship. I mean, and that's like straight north. So you're looking like. Are those shipwrecks? Is that a shipwreck? Looks like there's a couple of them. Oh, yeah, there's the other one. So this is right at that inlet. So it's like right. It's like right over here. It's like a field. It's like a. It's got to be like right here, right? Yeah, let's fucking go. Oh, I know exactly where this is. I know exactly where this is. Goes to the wrong spot. Love that shit. Where in here are you standing? Just north, wait, east of the fell spreader? A boom! Ah, I was a little bit. Okay, there's multiple of them. Fuck you, close enough. Oh, this is Stonard, isn't it? Or really close to Stonard? Swamp of Sorrows? What the fuck is this stupid zone? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Where's this fucking dumb zone? Isn't it this one? Isn't this close to Stonard or something? I fucking hate these old zones. It's on the coast. It's gotta be. It's gotta be close. I'm gonna fuck this up, guaranteed. Guaranteed. That looks like it goes west. Coast would be east. Tree line clears. It's gotta be on the coastline, right? That doesn't look right. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's... You got 3 tents and a shredder. I can't fucking zoom in anymore. I mean... That is Swamp of Sorrows, right? Am I fucking dumb? I mean, don't answer that, but... Yeah, it's got... Yeah. I'm pretty fucking sure, dude. Is there a bridge? It does go over a bridge. Which makes me think maybe it's right here? Fuck it. Sunwell Plateau. Ooh, this is in... Ooh. Is this Ashran? It looks like Ashran. Oh, it's right here, right? Nice. Oh, just the most beautiful raid of all time. Everyone knows this one. Come on. Oh no, this is the courtyard of the Nighthold. Oh, this is in Stormheim. Yep, on the eastern coast. I think right over here. Oh, yeah. I think this might be in the Grand. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh my god, it just stopped working too. This shit is cursed. You guys say Stone Talon Mountains? Isn't that what you said? Oh, this has to be it, right? Moonwell, other building, big building? It's gotta be. Oh, Ghostlands, bro. Wow, it's so crazy how different it looks now. It's so crazy. This is right here. Okay, now, okay. Okay. All right, okay. All right. Okay. 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 I'll take that. Ooh, I love updating the Grand. It's so beautiful. This is War Song, isn't it? Yep. Yep. So that's north, or is it? That's a Gorian structure. Up the hill. I don't think it's this. It could be this. And then the Gorian structure is this. I'm pretty sure it's right here. I don't know, though, because when I look that direction, I don't really see anything. Is the southwest of this zone that elevated? And I do see Talador trees over there, I'm quite sure. It might be. But it's like one round building and a tower. And I don't really see, like, if it's a Gorian structure, it like has to be this one. Because I don't think it's by Heimal. No. No. I just don't know if it's at a crossroads. Do I get 4 roads out of here? 1, 2, 3, and 4? It has to be right here. Okay. Oh, this is Karabor. Oh, this is the arena. Oh my god, keep giving me Warlords of Draenor, dude. Please. Please. I fucking love it, dude. Please. I'll fucking take WoD all day, dude. That doesn't sound right. Oh, dude, Legion 2, dude? Fuck yeah, bud. Oh, I know where this is. Right? Don't be certain if you're not certain. Right? Murlocs! Where are these little fuckers at? Little Murloc bastards. It's Elwyn for sure. I'm pretty sure. This is an Elwyn forest. We're on like a weird bend. Could be like right. Could be like up here. Is that an island? These islands in the middle of a lake? It's like some big stones. Oh, there's some rocks. It's like right over here. Easy. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? It's just a crypt? Who is that? I feel like I remember this from a quest. Is this in the undead starting area? In like Silverpine or something? Oh god. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Chat, I'm cooked on this one. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no fucking way I'm gonna get this right. There is a 0.000000% chance that I get this shit, dude. Where in the fuck am I? I see like old Titanforge artifacts and vases and shit. I think I remember fighting this guy, but I have no fucking idea where this is. I got no idea. I'm like about as cooked as you could be. There's so many crypts. I have no fucking idea. It's in human lands for sure, but it's a human crypt. But I could not tell you where this is. I could not tell you where this is. I'm just gonna pick here. Yeah, holy, it's in the Badlands? That would make sense why there's fucking Titan-forged artifacts, man. It crossed my mind. It crossed my mind. I thought of Uldaman, dude. And you know what? I wouldn't have got it, but I would have at least been closer. Had I trusted myself on that. I had no idea there was a crypt there. That's crazy. High Mountain. Leading into Stormheim. Right there. Ooh, okay. Terrakar Forest. way to the southeast, east. That's Hellfire Peninsula, I think. Fucking dodo birds or whatever the fuck those things are. Is it on this fucking island? No way, right? It wouldn't do that to me. It does kind of look like it's on a fucking island. And that looks like the Auchindoun area. Okay, so I'm gonna let... This is fucking toxic. Okay, first of all. Bunch of other islands floating around it. Fuck it, we ball. You know what? That's pretty close. I'll take that. This is really close to where I was before. This is the shipyard, I think. It's one of the trade... I forget what they're called. The Ashvane Trading Co. or some bullshit. Yeah, they have Azurite, so it's gotta be, right? Is it on the water? No. I think it's more up here. Small building. What is that? It's the foot of a hill. Could it be Storm Song? No. Water anywhere? Oh, there's a forge in the middle, though. I think it's got to be Tiergard's sound. I think it's too close to Borealis. That's on the water. You'd be able to see a lot of this stuff. Fuck. Maybe... It's like a lot of buildings. Where the fuck is this? This one's like kind of hard for me. I think it shouldn't be that hard. Wait. I think this... L. I'm gonna... Yeah. It's gotta be right here. It's gotta be right here. Nice. Is this in the hinterlands? Why am I so fucking bad with the Eastern Kingdoms, bro? Where the fuck is everything? It's gotta be up here, right? Right? It's like big walls and shit. It's like right along the edge of the mountain. I mean, fuck. There's one of those, and there's one of those, which means that this goes right here. Huge. Someone's saying the servers are up, by the way. Servers are back up. Oh my god, my characters are back too. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yo, I'm 23 in and 92% accuracy. I'm cooking. I'm fucking cooking. So we were discussing how similar the twin Empyreans are to Anshe and Musha, and how interesting it is that there are sun and moon constructs, two of the only female Mogu ever known. It's interesting, why do you even need male and female Mogu if they don't reproduce? Because they're not flesh. I don't know. Some of the Mogu did become afflicted with the curse of flesh and learned how to reverse it, though. Got him for the love of the game. So I'm going to try to get them to say their dialogue lines. As I go through this fight, the thing that you'll hopefully notice is that the sun construct is significantly more aggressive and angry, and the moon construct is a lot more sad and like remorseful. You'll notice in their dialogue, hopefully, which would be a fit for Anshe and Musha as well, and I would think Sargeras and Elune.
More kindling for the flame. Come, Lulin, let us burn them to ash.
If I must.
See, she's not really interested in it. She doesn't really want to do it. I guess if I have to burn them to ash, I suppose. Kind of cool. We're in the night phase. Cosmic barrage. A lot of astral, starry, the lotuses as well. If you walk into these, you'll go to sleep. Tears of the sun. Tear of Anshe. I don't know if you remember that from SOD. Interesting, she like dissipates into what looks to be like butterflies. Oh my god, I one-shot her. Whoops. Nuclear Inferno. Yeah, flowers representative of the dream and the fact that they put you to sleep. Well, I was hoping to get more of their dialogue. I kind of phased them really quickly because...
I can see
Oh.
the light.
Well, that's unfortunate. Moon Jade necklace, by the way. The moon is also... I don't know about the sun so much, but the moon is like a big thing in Japanese mythology as well. With Tsukiyomi, the moon goddess, who, as I understand it, has some duality to her. So since they just fucking died like that, I'll just read you their fight dialogue. So Suen will say things like, more kindling for the flame. Come, Lulin, let us burn them to ash. Lulin says, if I must. Lulin yells, please just go. You're making her angry. Right, so very much opposites of one another in this way. Witness the true meaning of pain, Suen says. Blaze of death. Lulin, lend me your strength. Just this once. Not that she necessarily wants to. Again, reluctant. You shouldn't have come here, Lulin says. Die in agony. Amaterasu for Sun Goddess. Amaterasu for Sun Goddess representation. There you go. When you wipe, Suen laughs at you, and Lulin says, was that really necessary? And so maybe it's not necessarily Anshe and Musha, maybe it's two different aspects of the same being. One sun and one moon, you know? It is interesting that the sun and moon, and it could be just a game limitation, go up to from the same direction every day and back down the same direction every day. Maybe the sun and the moon are the same entity, split in two, or something like that. Maybe we take the Tauran mythology way too fucking literally. Suen dies first. I can see the light. Lulin dies first. Are they gone yet? Lulin. Oh, no. When Suen dies first, Lulin can also say, are they gone yet? Lulin dies first, saying, it is warm. I can see the light. It is warm. Unused quotes from Lulin. So lonely. Just leave me alone. You do not belong here. So lonely, dude. It reminds me so much of Elune. In the embrace, like fairy tale from human, culture in World of Warcraft. The White Lady is depicted as being very lonely. Now I'm really angry, Suen said. The section, Birth of the Sun Goddess, second paragraph for relevance. You mean the highest deity? Are you talking about this second section or the second paragraph? In the legendary account of Kojiki, record of ancient matters, the god Izanagi and goddess Izanami create the islands of Japan. Izanami goes on to give birth to a host of deities of natural phenomena like the sea, mountains, grass, and wind, as well as those of ships and food. In giving birth to the fire deity, Kagatsuchi, however, she burns her genitals and dies of her injuries. Jesus fucking Christ. Grieving and alone, Izanagi seeks her out in Yomi, the realm of the dead. Izanami tells him that he should not look at her. But he does not follow her words. And discovers that she has become a rotting corpse covered in maggots. Oh my fucking god. Terrified, Izanagi flees from Yomi, shaking off several pursuers. When he returns to our world, Ishihara no Nakatsukuni, he ritually purifies himself at the river mouth of Tachibana in Himuka. As he washes his face, three deities appear. The sun goddess Amaterasu, when he pours water on his left eye. The moon god Tsukiyomi, when he does so on his right eye. And Susanoo, when he does so on his nose. These three are considered the most important of Izanagi's offspring. Which obviously, especially when we talk about eyes, right eye and left eye of the fucking Earth Mother, and then the blue child to go along with it as three children as well. So, feels like that's probably... But, and these are children of Izanagi and Izanami. Susanoo the Storm God. Yeah, the FFXIV version of Susanoo is fucking sick. Susanoo is often referenced with a Hydra, giant snake / dragon. Interesting. Revel! The highest deity, as the kanji of Amaterasu's name indicate, she was a sun goddess shining from heaven. The story of when she shuts herself away in a cave demonstrates the extent of her power in this role. When her younger brother Susanoo wreaks havoc on the heavenly plane, the frightened Amaterasu hides in a cavern, plunging both the heaven and world into darkness, which causes all kinds of disasters. Myriad gods gather and discuss what to do, deciding to perform a ritual, one involving a ribald dance and uproarious laughter, calling on her to emerge. Amaterasu is enticed from the cave and shines on the earth and heaven once more. Her light is essential in both realms. This is why Kojiki says that her descendants came down to the world to rule Japan as emperors. Legitimizing the early Japanese state of Yamato might be called the main theme of the Kojiki legends. It's also the reason why Amaterasu is revered as the highest deity in Japanese mythology. the sun god, sun goddess. So I would certainly assume that these two that we just encountered are inspired by them. Amaterasu. Amaterasu, however the fuck you say that. And Tsukiyomi. And then Susanoo is, you know, storm god. I mean, maybe in this case, you're looking at like Lei Shen. Maybe on the Titanic level, I mean, what the fuck would that be? Sargeras, Elune, and Amanthul? Cielu, thank you very much. Thank you for the 23-month 23-month resub.
I love your content. Keep it up.
You're saying it pretty much spot on. Amaterasu. Well, let's continue. Thanks for linking that to me. I don't know too much about Japanese mythology. I should learn more. Especially since Miss Pandaria is such an awesome expansion. Lightning Guardian and Thunder Lord. The Emperor's Shield. Get shit on. You suck. No one likes you. Alright, here we go. They combine Thai, Chinese, and Japanese mythology. Yeah, because Wukong and all that, that's Chinese, isn't it? Am I wrong about that? And the Monkey King is like most definitely overtly Wukong.
You have earned my ire. I will make an example of you, such that all who look upon my might will tremble and submit.
Yeah, I don't like the way his voice sounds. We finally arrive at Lei Shen, the Thunder King, at the pinnacle of storms. These different platforms around the room represent the different mechanics he uses during the fight. And you have this huge storm-imbued orb, which presumably is being charged with a lightning rod on top of the citadel. Probably channeling it all down here. So Lei Shen's pretty fucking sick. Let me show you his loot. Let me read about him too. Tyrant, Dictator, Conqueror, Emperor. These titles of the Thunder King were earned by bringing absolute misery to every race in Pandaria. Resurrected into a world where his people no longer rule, Lei Shen is bent on ending the farce and bringing the land under his heel once more. So he has Static Shock, Diffusion Chain, Overcharge, and Bouncing Bolt. I don't think there's too much in most of the mechanics. He does have this one. Helm of Command. Lei Shen forces the target off the platform by using his Helm of Command. And when you look at Lei Shen's helmet, it's kind of interesting. First of all, it's got quite an interesting shape. And every time I think of Helmet of Commands, I can't help but think of, like, the Helmet of Domination, Crown of Wills, fucking Drusvar masks, bright blue gem in that bitch. And he drops his helmet as a piece of loot. Doomed Crown of Lei Shen. Doomed Crown. And it does command to push you off the edge. What else does he have? Shandun, Breaker of Hope. Uro, Harbinger of Terror. Toral, Rod of the Shattered Throne. Ultimate Protection of the Emperor. Shield. Lei Shen's Orb of Command as well. Soul Prism of Lei Shen. A prism being something that takes light and fractures it and breaks it into a spectrum. Fusion Slasher Chest Guard. Lei Shen's Grounded Carapist. Play on lightning. Gloves of the Maimed Vizier. Grips of Slicing Electricity. Conduit Breaker Chain Leggings. Leggings of the Violent Gale. Leg Plates of the Lightning Throne. Leg Plates of Whipping Ionization. Lightning Imbued Chalice. Drinking from a fucking lightning imbued cup. This is kind of a crazy one. Rune of Reorigination. When your attacks hit, you have a chance to trigger Reorigination. Reorigination converts the lower two values of your crit, haste, and mastery into twice as much of the highest of those 3 attributes for 10 seconds. This motherfucker is literally carrying a rune of re-origination. That's insane. It also appears to have like an hourglass, like almost an infinite hourglass icon. Soul Barrier, and the unerring vision of Lei Shen with a bullseye with a bunch of hits on it, like he never misses. Like he has foresight. Some pretty crazy ass loot. Master of Thunder and Lightning. Which again, a lot of this power is stolen from Ra Den. So what you can potentially deduce from this is that a lot of his abilities and artifacts that he wields is something that he took from Ra Den. So Ra Den also probably had command over these types of things. The actual proc of the trinket may or may not have an actual like lore meaning. Takes the lower 2 values and converts them into twice as much as the highest of those 3 attributes. That's literally an insane trinket. So it takes the low and makes it higher. Probably insane for snapshotting. They were making some bullshit trinkets in Mob. Yeah. Most descriptions say it splits things apart back to its base components. Your damaging spells have a chance to grant 100% crit strike chance for 4 seconds. Like, it's just insane. 100% crit chance. Snapshot that, everything crits. For as long as you can keep your dots up. And your bleeds up. So anyway, from command to re-origination to unerring vision. There's some... Lei Shen's got some insane power, dude. He's fucking juiced. And he's happy to wield the power of Ra Den. He also just looks badass. In his crown, yet again, Helmet of Command. Doomed crown of Lei Shen, which has his blue eyes as well. I don't know. The whole thing just kind of reminds me of Order and Domination. And if we look at Ra Den, the Keepers, WoW, this is some of the most recent art of the Keepers in WoW from Chronicle, Volume 4, I believe. And just like, look at this art. They've all got blue eyes, except Tyr, and they're literally all wielding artifacts that are imbued with blue runes and a lot of lightning in almost every case. Lightning in this, lightning in that, lightning in this, lightning in that. Nothing in this one, interestingly, but blue gems and stuff, all blue eyes. And then you got Ra at the top with a ring, probably a ring of command. But these are the pillars of creation, so it's the Eye of Aman'Thul. It's, you know, the Tear of Elune, Aegis of Agrimar. Which is interesting that he's depicted this way. With the silver hand already. Valinir. Tidestone of Golganeth. Khazgaroth's hammer. The fuck is Ra Den holding? It's the Eye of Aman'Thul. And it's a dual ring that begins to spin. We see Gul'dan use it. The hula hoop of domination. Yeah, I think of rings of binding. The rings that bind. I think that this is generally a domination ring, or can be used for that purpose. Again, Ra shows up and teaches Arcadis and Khazalgar how to forcefully bind the Cloudrooks and Stormrooks against their will. Like, and the blue eyes up here, dude, the way he looms over them all, I don't know, dude. It doesn't look... They don't really look... The only one of them that looks like even remotely chill is Thorim. All the others look sketch as fuck, dude. Especially Ra Den. He looks, like, scary. I also think it's kind of cool how Freya has, like, vines on her, even though she's made of stone. Her hand looks all gross, though. I don't really like how that looks. It's kind of weird. For it being the Eye of Aman'Thul, it sure has sus runes on it. I mean, I wouldn't even say for it being the Eye of Aman'Thul. I mean, what about Aman'Thul isn't fucking sus already? But I'll also point out the same runes are on the Seat of the Pantheon, which is why I'm like 99% sure that the Seat of the Pantheon is a remote domination mechanism. I don't think I need to explain that again, but it's the same set of runes. These are the same runes on the teleporter at the bottom of the Tomb of Sargeras as well. And on the metal plate in the Emerald Dream that Cenarius stands on at the end of the Emerald Nightmare raid. Same runes. On a ring on a stone and metal platform that Cenarius stands on at the very end of the raid after you defeat Xavius. So, anyway, not a good look. Command, domination, all that shit. Wow, high-end Mythic Plus players, by the way. Asmongold 2.0. Do not click this link if you're eating, and Pyro, don't click it either. Why put it in the chat? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Dude, why are you using the in-bowl toilet scrubber to clean outside of the toilet bowl, dude? This is the aftermath? Anyway. So yeah, Lei Shen is pretty crazy. Got some pretty insane power. And I assume that when he absorbed the heart or the energy of Ra-Den that he probably too saw the vision that Rathian saw. But I don't know if he would remember it.
I am Lei Shen, slayer of kings and gods. You have made a grave mistake.
Do you hear that voice? Again, it could just be that booming, echoing, sepulchral effect of like being a thunder god or whatever. But man, the layering on the voice is crazy.
Die.
When you kill him, he says some interesting shit.
You would challenge me in my own sanctum?
So look at this.
Your folly.
It's like a big mechanism. This is Helm of Command being forced off the platform, and it's coming from his helmet. I don't know if you saw that. It is literally coming from the helmet. This fight's fucking crazy. It doesn't work properly when you're solo. You should phase again.
I will crush you myself. Let us see how you fare against lightning. Lightning, seek my foes! You are nothing! I wield the power of the heavens!
See, it's coming right from the gem. Look at the color of that. It's literally the same color of the, like domination, dude. I'm telling you. Like, order, lightning, I'm sure the shit It has to connect. The power that Ra-Den had. I also assume he didn't like build this platform, and this is something that like Ra-Den made.
No, you are unworthy. I am the Thunder King.
Overwhelming power.
Wind, lightning, seek my foes.
The southwest doors open. Glowing eyes, the winds come through. Using shock collars to control behavior.
Wind, lightning, seek my foes.
This fight is so fucking crazy. Alright, I'm gonna kill him. You gotta listen to what he says.
Submit.
Submit, by the way. Just wants us to bend the knee. His final line is crazy. Listen, here you go.
I sought only to finish the work of the gods.
And I just remember the message that Keeper Ra had received. We must rebuild the final Titan. And underneath the pit, the Sarok creation pit, is the chamber in which Ra was imprisoned. Beneath the pit. Looks angry. Ra-Den, fallen keeper of storms.
For millennia I have waited in darkness, in silence, pierced only by the shrieks of the tormented.
My dreams of waking nightmare. I see the naive hope in your eyes. You think you are my saviors? Wring that mocking pity from your hearts and focus it inwards, for you shall soon know my agony. This twisted world is beyond redemption, beyond the reach of deluded heroes. The only answer to corruption is destruction, and that begins now.
So he finally breaks out, because he's been pretty fucked up down here for a while. It does look like he's made of stone, but that he has anima inside of him. If you look around in the room, you can see these big anima vats, but you also have these tubes coming down. And you have this thing right here that he's been imprisoned to. So I don't know if they've been putting anima into him or if they've been siphoning it out of him. He's just been pissing it in that tube, I guess. It went right up his ass. It also looks like he's maybe venting a little bit of it out of his anklets. But it's definitely the primary makeup of the energy within his vessel, which is very interesting. The scarring left on him and the cuts and all of that is presumably from Lei Shen. And obviously one of his eyes is pretty fucked up too. Blue eyes. Not particularly surprising with power over order and storms. But he says a few things there that I think are really interesting. For millennia, he's waited in darkness, all right? That alone can drive somebody insane. Only hearing the shrieks of the tormented, his dreams, having dreams, a waking nightmare, which is thematically fitting considering the anguish being used here. I see the naive hope in your eyes, so obviously he doesn't think there's any hope. You shall soon know my agony. So if they wanted to harvest anima from him, they sure could do it. Because he's been in agony and in pain for millennia. This twisted world is beyond redemption. Beyond the reach of deluded heroes. It's interesting that he thinks it needs to be redeemed. The only answer to corruption is destruction, and that begins now. That's concerning. Because frankly, that's the mindset that Sargeras is basically said to have. This corruption, Rygalon also says, you're nothing more than aberrations to be discarded. But really, it's the idea that suffering like this, it's kind of like Sylvanas. Being subjected to such torment and agony breaks the mind. It breaks the hope and will of the person. So it makes them kind of defeatist, nihilistic, like the only answer is destruction at this point. That drives them to the brink. So Ra's really fucked up from being down here this long. Like, it's pretty fucking insane. Now, if he wasn't anima before, maybe the initial intention by Lei Shen was to turn Ra into the construct that would protect this place. And maybe when that didn't work, maybe that's when he made the Dark Animus. Just as an idea. Maybe intentionally he sought to bend Ra to his will and make Ra his servant. Maybe that is why he's so tortured. Why he's locked down here. So close to the Dark Animus. Close to the Sarok creation pit. We don't know that to be true. But At any rate, he certainly feels anguish. He certainly feels pain. And this guy's pretty much lost all hope. Which is interesting because later on, in the Nyalotha patch, he does sacrifice himself to save the Chamber of Heart. He ends up then corrupted in the Nyalotha raid. And we have to defeat him once and for all. So Ra should be gone. He does have some interesting mechanics. It says here, Lei Shen's life changed forever when he stumbled into a dark chamber below what are now the Mogushan vaults. Legend has it, he found an ancient Titan Keeper guarding a miraculous device known as the Engine of Nalak Shah. No one knows what transpired between the two beings, but Lei Shen later emerged from the site bristling with the power to forge an empire. The Keeper's fate and his current whereabouts remain a mystery. There are no scholars with any recollection or record regarding the details of Raden's powers. Perhaps these memories have been obscured by the passage of time, or perhaps none who saw the Keeper of Storms in battle ever lived to speak of what they witnessed. Strong motherfucker, this one. Lei Shen overthrew him. And it was in the Mogushan vaults, which I guess I'd forgotten or didn't know, that Raden was guarding. Which, by the way, in BFA, in the N'Zoth patch, we end up linking the Chamber of Heart with the Engine of Nalak Shah, and I think even the Forge of Origination, and that's how we end up blasting N'Zoth directly. So all of these machines connect to each other, maybe through the manifold, maybe through a pre-existing connection, maybe through some type of wireless relay system. I don't know exactly how it works. But Ra was basically, for better or for worse, erased from history. No scholars know what his powers are. Let's look at his loot. Black Night Thunder Cloak, Gray Wind Mist Cloak, Red Sky Cloud Cloak, White Snow Sky Cloak, Yellow Dawn Lightning Cloak, Black, Gray, Red, White, Yellow, Thunder, Mist, Sky, Snow, Dawn. Carapace of the Core, Chains of Counted Souls, Chest Guard of the Coruscating Blades, Nova Binder Breastplate, Planet Birthed Cuirass, Robes of Contagious Time, Robes of Nova, Star Burner Robes, Bubbling Anima Belt, Crackle Snap Clasp, Detonation Cord, Flare Forged Great Belt, Jingling Fetish Girdle, Jesus Christ, Long Draw Chain Belt, Strap of Murderous Strikes, Vita Binder Wrap, World Bender Waistband, Archaic Protector's Leggards, Cosmic Fire Leg Wraps, Kilt Perpetual Genuflection. Genuflection? What the fuck does that mean? Genuflection? The act of bending a knee to the ground is a sign of respect, worship, or obedience. Jesus Christ. Perpetual. Leggings of the Discarded Warning. That almost sounds like the warning from Aman'Thul. Leggards of Awakened Repair. Leggards of Surreal Visions. Leg plates of Lightning Blood. So I wonder if the lightning in him was taken by Lei Shen and replaced with this anima. But he still has lightning arcing off of him, so maybe deep down in the soul there's still some lightning. Sparkstring Chain Leggings, Time Lost Greaves, Hypersensitive Solerettes, Lightning Walker Clawfeed, Roots of Pain, Sabatons of the Superior Being, Star Walker Sandals, Treads of Delicate Fascia, Connective Tissue, Treads of the Sanguine Volley, Twist Toe Tabai. He has so much loot. All this shit was BIS, basically. World Moat Sabatons. Nope, none of it has flavor text. Rodden's contemplative lute, Rodden's evolving signet, Rodden's ruinous ring, Rodden's summoning band, Rodden's swift seal. So I think just a lot of thematic alignment, maybe some hinting at Aman'Thul as well. I also think it's interesting that Rodden loses hope and is so downtrodden. One thing I just remember from the Argus fight is when Argus kills us, Aman'Thul almost falls into despair and says, "After all we have endured, it must not end this way." And Eonar says, "Hope is not lost, High Father. The spark of life still flickers within these mortals." So she's concerned about Aman'Thul losing hope and wants to reassure him that that's not the case. Rodden is one that, you know, is said to be one of the keepers of Aman'Thul. It's also interesting that no one knows what his powers actually were. It's very similar to Aman'Thul. What version is his Void version? I just want to know the timeline. That's the Ny'alotha Rodden that jumps into Ny'alotha to try to save us in the Chamber of Heart, and then we end up fighting him. So we'll look at his mechanics, but his mechanics will cause you to wipe, so just, yeah.
When I am finished with you, I shall not. You still
Well,
think victory possible? Ha! Fools!
that's not what I meant to do. Ruin. He's casting Ruin, which is a green spell, which is weird. Ruin Bolt is Anima. Master Orb Carrier.
Amusing. You really...
So he said this: "When I'm finished with you, I shall not rest until this world is cleansed. Now perish." Not a good sign. So he's so angry, he would just basically break out and just go cause untold destruction. The only answer to corruption is destruction. So even worse than Lei Shen now, we go to this hidden cell where this super depressed, angry, like given up on everything keeper is being held, and if he defeats us, he's basically gonna go bring ruin upon the world. Yeah, you only get 30 attempts to kill this boss, by the way. So back in the day, this shit was really interesting. If you kill him on the first try, I think with nobody dying, you get an achievement called "I thought he was supposed to be hard." I accidentally did way more damage to him there than I
When
intended.
I am finished with you, I shall not rest until this world is cleansed. Now, perish. The touch of creation and destruction.
So he has Draw Vita and Draw Anima. Creation, presumably Vita, and Destruction, Anima.
Oh, the familiar embrace of the storms.
And he will fuck you up once he gets imbued. You'll just die. That's one of the hard things about trying to show this boss off in like a Loretour, is his mechanics work in a way that will just kill you. Especially if you're solo. Vita like vitality or life? Well, it's interesting. Because Eonar calls it the spark of life, right? So it's like lightning. We've seen lightning be used to animate constructs and stuff before. But is lightning just an energy that energizes something? Or is it truly related to or the same as life? The spark of life. The spark, I would think, more like fire, not lightning. He also uses similar abilities in Ny'alotha. If you look at his Ny'alotha fight, Rodden the Despoiled, as he bravely fought to save the Chamber of Heart, Rodden was pulled into Ny'alotha where he has fallen victim to N'Zoth's whispers. I'm afraid that Aman'Thul is going to have a similar thing where he's going to fall to darkness. The despair he harbored for so long has overwhelmed the last of his hope. Again, harkening back to what Eonar said, hope is not lost, High Father. Like she's worried about what would happen if it is lost. Remember that Aman'Thul carries a staff called Loretour, and it looks like a staff that has both light and void in it. That's just my interpretation of it. But you can see it pictured here. And the light seems to be running out. Almost like an hourglass. I think the light and the golden lightning that you see, it looks like about 2/3 of his staff is actually purple. And I guess, in my opinion, especially with the light in his hand and his golden eyes, and in Hearthstone, he's labeled as a priest, and with his blue and gold robes. I guess I see Norganon as more of the mage, and Aman'Thul as more of the priest. So it's kind of weird to see Aman'Thul using, like, primarily time-based magics. And in Dragonflight, we did have people making the comparison of light and void to the one true timeline and the infinite. So I'm of the opinion that he does have some kind of connection to light. Especially with golden eyes. Eonar with her white eyes. Aman'Thul, the High Father of the Pantheon. It's just... So I am worried that this is like symbolic of his waning hope. And what we saw in the Argus fight was what could potentially happen if, you know, if the hope runs out. And that'd be obviously very bad. It says here, the despair he harbored for so long has overwhelmed the last of his hope, rendering his corruption complete. Now the former High Keeper, again, High Keeper, High Father, will stop at nothing to do the old god's bidding. Rodden periodically draws void and vita essence from other realms. Essences that reach Rodden empower him with energy of that type. Now, what's interesting is in this fight, he's obviously not drawing void essence, he's drawing anima, right? There's no void, so that's coming from the whole Nyalotha thing, of course. And vita is storm energy. There's no question about it, right? An unleashed void. But in Mythic, which is the canon version of the fight, he has another mechanic. And that is Nightmare Essence. After absorbing an essence of Nightmare, Rodden becomes empowered with Nightmare energy. So in this version, he is wielding Nightmare powers as well, which I would associate far more with anima, night terrors, night shadows. I mean, look at the, you know, I mean, you can't see it here, but the color palette of these are black and red. I mean, it's all nightmare stuff. Dread Inferno, Nightmare Fires. So he does Vita, Void, and Nightmare. In this case. When Vita and Void energy erupts from Rodden, it inflicts plague damage. Lightning and Shadow. It does plague damage to everybody in a spell called Ruin. Upon receiving 2 applications of Unclaimed Void, Rodden becomes infuriated, triggering overwhelming rage, which increases all damage by 300%. So you wanted to make sure he didn't get the same one in a row. Conjured Nightmare seeks out its creator in order to imbue him with power. It's interesting in the Mythic that he uses Nightmare. It also makes it seem like Nightmare is distinctly different from Void, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure we have different accounts like Xalatath and shit trying to make the claim, and I think even Chronicle trying to make the claim that the Nightmare is due to the Void corruption of the old gods seeping into the dream. Well, the more that we learn about places like Herondar and the Rift of Aln, the less that seems true. I'm going to recount this again, though I've said it before. If Alnhara is truly Azeroth, and removing her forcefully, as it sounds like the Titans did, from Herondar, caused the Rift of Aln, and from her absence, the continued growth and manifestation of her energy leads to corrupted entities like Chimeras and Ulatek coming to exist, then that means, more likely than not, that the Rift of Aln connects through, metaphysically perhaps in some way, to the Emerald Dream. And considering that they say the source of the nightmare itself stems from the Rift of Aln in the Emerald Dream, that would mean that, whether they intended to or not, the corruption of the Emerald Dream, that is the Emerald Nightmare, was created by the Titans. Like, it's their fault. They're literally the cause of the nightmare. Whoever chose to remove Alnhara from the cradle. Like, these horrible fucking things. I mean, look at Chimeras. He talks about how he only feels her pain. He only can hear her pain. When Alnhara was taken from her cradle, only pain and madness were left to shape the chaos of the rift. Chimeras feasted on the void left behind, gorging itself on other nightmarish manifestations. Now it stands as the monster within the rift, a being of agony and rage. A horrible monster that should not be. That's why they tried to cover it up and say they're trying to stop something they came upon. When in reality, it was actually their fault. And Ulatek comes from it as well. So, anyway, that would be Ra-Den and Nyalotha.
When I am finished with you, I shall not rest until this world is cleansed.
I'm sure we're gonna get dialogue from Ulatek.
Perish
I'm sure we will.
the touch of creation and destruction.
So in here, you want him to get one of them.
This is but a taste of my power.
Unstable anima, unleashed anima. And he summons sanguine horrors. Literally a reference to the fact that it's blood magic.
The touch of creation and
I'll let him get anima.
destruction. Oh, the familiar embrace of the storms.
Dead. And I think besides the last phase, I think that's about all I could show in terms of mechanics. This is the art you want me to see? That's very interesting. Ra-Den's signature art. His damaged eye is the one turned away. Sun icon behind him. Very interesting. Pink and gold lightning bolt. Very interesting. I mean, seeing art like this, you would assume that Ra-Den would have some kind of closer association with light. But where the fuck is that? I mean, you have lightning, but like, where is the light? And when you think about Aman'Thul being the person who empowers him, and the fact that both Ra-Den and Aman'Thul's power set has largely been like kind of obfuscated or is unknown. It's like, why is that? Then you actually get a taste of what he can do. I still think it's a fascinating question. Like, are they imbuing him with light or with anima, or is he the source of it? Because it's not like it's impossible to get anima from anywhere else. It looks like they're imbuing him with it, but I couldn't say. Maybe just inflicting enough pain on him. I mean, and maybe they're doing both. Maybe they harvested a bunch from him and then they fucking imbued it back into him or something to like further enhance his rage or suffering or whatever. I thought the anima was his blood. Right. Again, I don't think that we I don't think that we know. I'm fine with that interpretation. I'm just saying I don't know how to prove it one way or the other. I don't know if it's his suffering that they took out of him, or if it's Lei Shen's rage and anima harvested from somewhere else that they put into him. But this anima is decidedly different in that it is purified. I remember hearing this in Discordian Kitty's video. And I think that how it's purified is I think they've added light to it, which is why it's got golden tones in it. And because, again, we have been shown in the Mists of Pandaria expansion that they tried to use light to cleanse different types of corruptions. So the devs never said that the anima in Ra Den and the anima of the Shadowlands aren't related, by the way. That's never said. They said that they're similar, but there's something about them that's different. I thought too that it was his blood, but he's made out of stone by the Titans, so it's weird. Exactly. So it's like, when I think of what would be inside of Ra Den, I would think like an astral construct like the Titans, or like lightning. I guess I would think that this motherfucker would probably have like lightning in his veins. Not this. But when he has these cuts and wounds upon him, it makes you wonder, like, were those done to him to bleed it out of him? I'll remind you guys that the description for the Dark Animus reads, during his reign, Lei Shen labored to build a mechanical servant that would defend his citadel without fear. When his first attempt failed, rage took hold of the Thunder King. He poured his negative emotion into his next, most successful creation, the Dark Animus. I really like the idea that it says he's laboring to build it, so Ra Den probably wouldn't make too much sense for that, but I like the idea that he tried to use Ra Den originally. I thought just stone? No, because we've seen this with Odin. Yeah, what Shinzai's saying, it's like the fiery beard from Odin. I still wonder if that didn't come out of him rather than being left by Ragnaros. Yeah, they say it's a wound, an ever-bleeding wound that Odin has, caused by the caused by the battle with Ragnaros, but I think Odin just probably has, like, fire in his veins. I mean, they're stone vessels, yes, but, like, it doesn't mean they have nothing running through them. I mean, how many times have we seen different variations of Titan blood and shit like that? It wouldn't surprise me at all. And also, it's like, it's coming from his head. Like, literally his whole head is on fire. Like, this whole, it's a battle scar from Ragnaros. Dude, is Odin just such a fucking goofball? Like, toxic masculine fucking prick that he made this up like everything else because he wanted to seem cool? Like, I got a battle scar. Like, bitch, what? I mean, look at his gems. Who else looks like this, by the way? Who else looks like this? This is supposedly a keeper of Aman'Thul. The guy that leads the Halls of Valor wears gold-plated fucking armor that looks strikingly reminiscent to some of the things that Sargeras is wearing, and has a helmet that looks like horns, and this arrogant warrior guy who is said to be the prime designate, the guy literally deemed the leader of the fucking keepers. I'm supposed to believe this guy is a keeper of Aman'Thul? Give me a fucking break, dude. He wields a fucking spear. He leads an army of angels. His story is literally the same as Sargeras's, except instead of the keepers and demons, or angels, it's fucking titans and demons. Like, what? They're both, not only are all the keepers Norse-inspired, but, I mean, you got Odin and you got Surt in the case of Sargeras. I don't know. I just don't believe it. Something is not right. Glowing blue eyes, by the way. Something's not right. This guy has so much pride, he would create an army of Shaws of Pride. Yes. And I hate to say it, but they kind of make Sargeras sound the same fucking way. This is where the greatest Vrykul warriors go. This is the fucking warrior class order hall. For those that don't know, it says in Chronicle that Sargeras is the greatest warrior in the universe. But a warrior can become a paladin, by the way. And there is no fucking shortage of light in the Halls of Valor. In fact, I would be willing to bet that the Halls of Valor borders the fucking Realm of Light. Directly. I would also be willing to say that, especially due to Fenrir, that it also borders the Emerald Dream. Also, what the fuck is with Himdall? Speaking of anguish and the red eyes and red gems, like what the fuck is this, by the way? I don't know. Looks like my neighbor. Valor and Pride are kind of on a razor's edge, yeah. I wonder if what happened to Azeroth was an accident. They took her, but maybe didn't anticipate the way she reacted, the nightmare. So trying to think about how what the Titans did may not have been malice, but more of I'm trying to fix it while making everything worse. Sure, but you also can't ignore if you've done it in the past. And Sargeras came across a world that was having nightmares and covered in old gods, and it drove him to the point of starting the Burning Crusade. And again, in the RPG lore, in the original lore books in this game, which all predate Chronicle, claim that Sargeras was driven to start the Burning Crusade to undo the flawed ordering of the cosmos that was being done by the Titans. He believed that what they were doing was corrupting the cosmos, and they needed to be stopped. And in fact, in Chronicle, the first world that the Burning Legion falls upon is not one covered with old gods, but it is one ordered by the Titans in ages past. I just don't think that's a coincidence, personally. That's fucking insane. So, to me, it very much seems like the reason why he's doing it is because he thinks that they're corrupting shit with their ordering, that it's unnatural, and that they need to be stopped. Could he still be wrong? Could he be overzealous? Could he be arrogant? Could he be a fucking asshole liar like Odin? Yes. Doesn't make him right, necessarily, but it's what he believes. But whether or not the Titans did it on purpose is yet to be determined. It very well could have been an accident, Ranor. And, you know, I think that a lot of villains, not all of them, but a lot of them, are doing what they think they should be doing, intending for a good outcome, but have it not be that way. Not every villain is like that, but some of them are. And sometimes that's the most compelling type of villain, is a villain who does that. Even Lei Shen probably sees it that way. He just wanted to continue the work of the gods, right? So I'm going to kill Raden here. Well, I'm going to defeat Raden.
When I am finished with you, I shall not rest until this war... You still think victory possible? Wait. I am not your enemy. You are powerful, more powerful than he was even.
He's talking about Lei Shen.
You are right. Perhaps there is still hope. But there is a yawning chasm of darkness beneath you mortals, vast, endless, and all-consuming. I do not believe that you can correct this doomed course, but you have earned the right to try. Farewell.
And he just leaves. I would agree, some order is probably good and necessary, but all order is a problem. And they might have blinded themselves to this. He's got delicate fascia too. Raden blasting off again. You like that, Elise? Now, I'd like to read... This is from a while ago, okay? This is from almost 2 years ago. From Shinzai. But we were discussing some different things in the Discord, associating Eonar with spring and life, Anshe with summer and light, Elune with the autumn and void, and the Winter Queen with winter and death. And he starts talking about the Throne of Thunder. He basically says the whole thing is a fractal. The last stand of the Zandalari, the forces of the Zandalari have rallied in the ruins surrounding the Thunder King's island citadel. The representative of the mortal races of Azeroth, gathered together under one banner finally. The forgotten depths beneath the foundations of the throne lie vast caverns teeming with ancient horrors. Just beneath the surface, the truth of a small part of the world. Tortos is Aloa trapped in a diamond prison that he became a part of. Megara is an attempt at turning a dragon into something else. Something more dynamic, which failed, and then was hidden and locked away. Jikun simply feasts on the corpses of the other beings it fought in the sewers of this graveyard. The halls of flesh shaping, in the horrific chambers beneath Lei Shen's citadel, the Mogu conducted terrible experiments into reshaping life. Closer still to the truth now. Jurumu is a many-eyed being, crafted by the machinations of the Mogu, in an attempt to create something different that could watch their other creations. Well, the fight tells you more about that, but Primordius, the attempt at creating an entire race, discarded and hidden. Dark Animus, the attempt to create an army of manufactured shells powered by a singular power source. And then the Pinnacle of Storms. From within his inner sanctum, the risen Thunder King plots the return of the great Mogu Empire. The truth. Iron Khan, literally Sargeras, the greatest warrior of the Titans and his hounds. Twin Empyreans, Anshe and Musha, recrafted by Lei Shen himself to serve him directly. Lei Shen, Aman'Thul, and Norganon. And then, hidden beneath everything else, Ra-Den, who he has as Azeroth. Maybe, it's possible, I really think that Argus is a really good fit for this. Chained away beneath the entire installation, used as a power source, locked away for an eternity. The well of power for all of Lei Shen's creations and own power, used to elevate him to the level of a true god. And so basically taking these core events and ideas and trying to apply them in a fractal to something greater. Right? I also think it's interesting that, like, you have the Celestials being imprisoned and reshaped and tortured, and there's 4 of them, and you free them, exactly like what you do with the Titan Pantheon and Antorus, right before you go and fight Agramar. So, very well could be some potential connections there, too. But, man, that's going to be pretty hard for me to turn into a video, because that was, like, 4.5 hours long. But there you have it. The Loretour of the Throne of Thunder. Slightly split up too, yeah, with some delays and things in between segments. But yeah, it's a big one. One of the biggest raids in the game, so I knew it would take a while. I knew it would take a while. Hope that you guys enjoyed. Oh man, thanks again for the gifted subs and Mitch for the tips. It was a banger. I'm glad. I'm glad. Do next? Bro, it's already been 6.5 hours. I don't think I have time to do next. I think it's time to get the fuck out of here. That just commanded the entire length of the stream. Antorus next? I've already done Antorus. I think.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
Shut the fuck up, Danath. You have done Antorus at least once, I feel. Yeah. There was also a character that I logged on yesterday. I don't remember which one. Might have been my priest. But I had an item in the inventory that I was going to use for the Astalor video, and I totally forgot. Need to do Castle Nathria now. Maybe it wasn't this character. Oh, there's this blood spirit. Once awakened, the spirit will seek to bind itself to the tools of war. So that's for Miss Pandaria. Blood spirit. I just thought that was interesting. Maybe I sold it on whatever character it was on. I don't really remember which one it was. Yo, thanks for gifting 5 subs, Tag. Thank you so much, sir. Pit of Sauron, you can do it some other time. Well, it's 10 for a dungeon, actually. But why do you want me to do Pit of Sauron so bad? Just thought it would be fun. It could be. Yeah, keep it in mind. You do 5 more another time, we'll do it. That's fine. We'll count it all together. Hit a Sauron plus 23. Thank you for the 5. The Ick and Crick lore would go hard. Oh, God. All right, everybody. It's time to get the fuck out of here. I really appreciate all your input and ideas while I do lore tours, by the way. You guys bring a lot of ideas and references to the table that I'm not aware of and that make the whole thing better. So thanks for that. It makes it a lot of fun. Always another day to stream. That's right. That's right. Thank you all for watching. Whether you watched on Twitch or on YouTube, I hope that you enjoyed hanging out today. I have a new video coming out on Tuesday. Nothing crazy, but talking about the Heronir and the trolls and the elves, if you're curious about that. And we'll continue doing lore tour stuff like this in the near future. I'd like to do the last wing of the Arcadian on Friday. So Final Fantasy XIV viewers can look forward to that. And then more WoW stuff on Saturday and Sunday again is the plan. So yeah. I hope that you enjoyed. This is super fun. Excited for the vid coming up. I'm glad. Great lore tour. Thanks, Lockdog. Thank you. All right, that's pretty much all I got. Thank you all for supporting the stream, whether you just kind of lurked and watched, whether you followed or subbed and chatted, whether you gifted a sub, whatever it may have been, or tipped like Mitch did. Thank you very much if you're still here. And even if you're not, thanks so much, Mitch. Literally insane. So thank you all again for watching. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until next time, I hope to see you all. Oh, by the way, one other thing. Sorry. No podcast this week. Olma needs a little break. I need a little break. So no podcast this week. We'll record next week. We'll get one up next week. Because I already have a video slated for Tuesday, I'm trying to, I think I'm going to take Monday off. So Monday and Thursday. And I'm trying to be more flexible with whether or not I make videos or stream. Sometimes I'm in the mood, sometimes I'm not. So keep an eye out on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I'd like to keep Tuesday mostly for videos, but Wednesday especially for streams. There's like a chance that I don't spend that day editing stuff and I end up just streaming instead. So yeah, just keep an eye out on that. If you want to know when I go live, the best thing to do is join my Discord. You don't have to fucking use it for anything else besides pings if you don't want to. But we do have speculation chat. You can join the guild from there. You can submit reaction requests for stream. You can submit clips from the stream. You get pings when I go live and when new videos come out. So it's a good way to know if YouTube doesn't notify you, Twitch doesn't notify you. So I'd recommend joining the Discord. So, and you can always leave if you want to. So again, thanks all for watching. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until next time, I hope to see you all later. Peace.